Socialism in Power by Roland BOER. Chapter 4. Lenin, Before and After October. Opening Remarks. With Lenin we reach a crucial turning point, from before October to after October, from socialism seeking power to socialism in power. As Lenin observed, in the early days after the revolutionary seizure of power, the October 25th revolution has transferred the question from the sphere of theory to the sphere of practice. So important is this passage over the threshold of political power that I have organized the chapter's structure as follows. The first part deals with material from before the October Revolution, especially the state and revolution, identifying Lenin's key thoughts on the state, political power, and socialist democracy. This material, however, remains theoretical and is based on the interpretation of texts by Engels and Marx. The second part presents historical material concerning the early structures of emerging Soviet power, identifying some key transitions that were already in evidence, the institutionalization of structures such as the Soviets, the growing reality of Communist Party leadership, and the rapid growth of proletarian democracy. Obviously, this material marks the shift to the actual exercise of power. The third part is of most interest. Based on the immediate tasks of Soviet power, I analyze Lenin's emphasis on administration and governance, which may be seen as a direct interpretation based on practice of the administration of things for the sake of production and distribution, for the true interests of society. Lenin emphasizes that the task requires iron discipline by the Communist Party, leadership and training of the masses of workers and peasants, by the vanguard of class-conscious workers, and the associated flourishing of proletarian democracy. As Chinese scholars emphasize, in this material, we can detect a shift from Lenin's more idealistic expectations before the October Revolution to the sober realities of the immense difficulties of constructing socialism in a war-torn and broken country. Footnote. This is also the emphasis of Ioannis Kokosalakis. The most comprehensive account of Lenin's political thought in English remains the two-volume work by Neil Harding, although it is vitiated by an anti-communist betrayal narrative. End of footnote. The conclusion addresses the problem of what has happened to the state and its dying away or withering, and identifies an unexpected manifestation of this process from the first moments after a proletarian revolution. In light of the transition from theory to practice, which Lenin experienced in his revolutionary life, I do need to raise here a crucial question. It is a commonplace in some corners of Marxist scholarship that Marx and Engels expected a proletarian revolution in the most advanced capitalist countries when the contradictions of the capitalist system and the associated class conflict have reached a crisis point and require a sublation offenbung through revolution. We can cite here the conventional theoretical points from Marx concerning the two inevitabilities and the two impossibilities. Footnote. The terminology is from Chinese Marxist scholarship. The two inevitabilities come from the Communist Manifesto. The fall of the bourgeoisie and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable. The two impossibilities come from Marx's preface to A Contribution to a Critique of Political Economy. No social formation is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones, before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society. End of footnote. Or Engels' influential depiction in Anti-Düring of the increasing exacerbation of capitalist contradictions leading to a proletarian revolution. But a question remains. Did Marx and Engels ever say directly that proletarian revolutions must take place in overdeveloped capitalist contexts? The evidence would suggest otherwise. To begin with, They both saw anti-colonial struggles for national liberation as an inescapable feature of the struggle against capitalism, and thus as a species of class struggle. Many are the incisive articles written on China, India, Ireland, and other struggles, so much so that collections have been published on such topics. Further, the encounter with Russian communists in the 1880s brought both of them to realize, not without some struggle, that a proletarian revolution and socialist construction may follow different paths than the one in capitalist countries. The most notable moment of this realization is Marx's drawn-out effort to respond to such a question from Vera Zasulich. We will also see in the next chapter that it was through debates on the national question in Russia that Lenin, and especially Stalin, came to see anti-colonial struggles as a major part of the struggle against capitalism and indeed a manifestation of the global revolution. Before October, on the state and socialist democracy. In terms of pre-revolutionary texts, the locus classicus for Lenin's thoughts on the state is The State and Revolution, written in hiding and on the eve of the October Revolution. This incomplete work continues to be deeply influential in the Marxist-Leninist tradition. Alongside this work, there are also some important deliberations on what democracy meant and what socialist democracy might mean. Throughout, we need to keep in mind that all of this material comes from a time comparable to that of Marx and Engels, when the communist movement was still searching for political power through a proletarian revolution. The times were comparable at another level. For Marx and Engels, it was the Prussian Empire rendering the German states the most backward in Europe, while for Lenin it was the Tsarist regime in its last days. In other words, the context was characterized by the last gasp of an absolutist or autocratic regime and the emerging contours of a capitalist state. It was a multi-layered reality with the incommensurate conjunction of older feudal forms of the state and the increasing reality of what would become the modern capitalist state. I put it in this way so as to emphasize the common ground from which they worked. True, the contours of a capitalist system were perhaps more developed in Germany, although Marx and Engels were acutely conscious of the fact that the German states lagged behind the rest of Europe in capitalist development until Bismarck enabled a dialectical leap that brought Germany to the forefront. And Lenin did his best to argue that capitalism had already emerged in Russia, so as to find ground for Marxist analysis and struggle. Even if this was the case, it took place under the auspices of an autocratic czarist regime. Olgin provides a succinct picture of how the regime was viewed, quoting the conservative theorist Katkov, quote, "The Russian Tsar, in the opinion of the theorists of absolutism, is not only a supreme, unlimited, and unhampered ruler, he is more. All power has its derivation from God," says Katkov. The Russian Tsar, however, was granted a special significance, distinguishing him from the rest of the world's rulers. He is not only the Tsar of his land and the leader of his people, he is designated by God to be the guardian and custodian of the Orthodox Church. The Russian Tsar is more than an heir to his ancestors. He is a successor to the Caesars of the Eastern Empire, the builders of the Church and its conclaves, the founders of the very creed of the faith of Christ. With the fall of Byzantium, Moscow arose, and the grandeur of Russia began. Herein lies the mystery of the deep distinction between Russia and all the nations of the world." End quote. Of course, the last days of this system were characterized by wartime losses, economic and social breakdown, a rampant secret police, and the ebb and flow of revolution. The State and Revolution. Lenin's reflections in The State and Revolution took place in this context. He turned to Marx and especially Engels to develop some insights as to what might await the Bolsheviks in the immediate future. After quoting the origin of the family, private property, and the state, Lenin makes the following points. 1. The state is a product and a manifestation of the irreconcilability of class antagonisms, and this antagonism objectively cannot be reconciled. 2. The state is a power which arose from society, but places itself above and alienates itself more and more from it. 3. The state becomes in the hands of the bourgeoisie an organ of class rule, an organ for the oppression of one class by another. 4. The oppressed class must not and cannot take over the existing state apparatus, but must overcome and destroy the apparatus of state power, which was created by the ruling class. 5. Since the existing state functions as the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, it must be replaced by a special coercive force for the suppression of the bourgeoisie by the proletariat, the dictatorship of the proletariat. 6. When all former enemies have been vanquished or absorbed, the state is no longer necessary and will wither away. The continuity with Engels and indeed Marx is obvious. To begin with, the state as it had existed thus far in human history arises from class conflict and is separated and alienated from society. Lenin takes this key thesis a step further by stressing that the state is unable to reconcile or solve the class antagonisms that produced the state in the first place, and that the very existence of the state is evidence that such antagonisms are irreconcilable. On this matter, Lenin makes an important distinction. While Engels wrote of the state alleviating class conflict within the bounds of an order that is itself a form of class oppression, Lenin points out that alleviation is by no means the same as reconciling class conflict. The state cannot reconcile a conflict that is the very reason for its existence. Second, what does Lenin mean when he writes of the state being an organ of the rule of a definite class? While one may be tempted to see here an instrumentalist view in which the state is a neutral tool in the hands of the ruling class, Lenin follows the main emphasis of Engels, see the previous chapter, in assuming that the ruling class, in this case the bourgeoisie, imposes its own order on society, asserts the universality of its own values, cements a specific economic system in place, curtails the range of political positions and debate so as to contain class conflict, and seeks to crush those who struggle to overthrow the system itself. Footnote, here Lenin quotes Engels' observation that the bourgeoisie exercises its power indirectly but all the more surely. End of footnote. Third, Lenin is even clearer than Engels or Marx concerning the need for violent force, for revolutionary violence, in overthrowing the old system. As for the existing state, Lenin speaks of destruction of this state, that it must be broken, smashed, that the proletariat should be focused on smashing and destroying the machinery of the bourgeois state. Footnote. To move ahead to the post-October context at the height of the struggle to establish Soviet power against immense odds, Lenin observed, "We have always known, said and emphasized, that socialism takes shape in the course of the most intense, the most acute class struggle, which reaches heights of frenzy and desperation and civil war. We have always said that a long period of birth pangs lies between capitalism and socialism, that violence is always the midwife of the old society, that a special state, that is a special system of organized coercion of a definite class, corresponds to the transitional period between the bourgeois and the socialist society, namely the dictatorship of the proletariat. What dictatorship implies and means is a state of simmering war, a state of military measures of struggle against the enemies of the proletarian power." End of footnote. And the working class in power would need a special coercive force which he defines as an organization of violence for the suppression of some class. The class to be suppressed is, of course, the bourgeoisie. This realistic assessment arose not merely from the direct experience of the Tsarist regime's violent suppression of peasant protests, worker unrest, and the activities of the various socialist and communist parties. It was also the result of the shock of being unable to advise and assist the revolt on the battleship Potemkin in 1905. Footnote. During massive strikes and protests in Odessa, the crew of the Potemkin decided to join the revolutionary side on June 27, 1905. Despite plans for a Navy uprising, the Social Democratic organizers within the Navy were caught unprepared and could not assist. The ship sailed about aimlessly, and after 11 days it docked in Romania, where the vast majority of the crew chose to remain while the ship itself was returned to Russia by the Romanian authorities. From his initial response in the middle of 1905 onwards, Lenin would refer to the Potemkin mutiny on many occasions as a watershed moment. End of footnote. In light of this incident, the Bolsheviks delved into Engels' works on military matters. Footnote. Engels drew on his military training and direct experience in revolutionary fighting in 1848 to write a large number of deeply insightful articles on military conflicts from the 1850s to the 1870s, along with analyses of the history and present realities of all aspects of military forces, such as training, equipment, discipline, morale, fortifications, tactics, and the first real argument for the real need for a good and decisive military force for any revolutionary movement. End of footnote. realizing that to be serious about revolution meant establishing and training an armed force. After this experience, Lenin wrote that a military force of the revolutionary people needed 1. The armed proletariat and peasantry, 2. Organized advanced detachments of representatives of these classes, and 3. Sections of the army that are prepared to come over to the side of the people. It is all this taken together that constitutes a revolutionary army. Finally, all of this has a direct bearing on the withering away of the state. Lenin is at pains to argue that the exercise of revolutionary force, of violence and terror against reactionaries in the counter-revolution means that the withering away of the state has nothing to do with the proletarian revolution itself. After the seizure of power, the special coercive force of the proletariat must be brought to bear. What then does the withering away of the state mean? Here, Lenin introduces a crucial distinction within the bourgeois state and the proletarian state. The former, he suggests, in this pre-revolutionary work, will be abolished forthwith during a violent proletarian revolution. The latter, however, will wither away in due course after it has achieved its manifold tasks. Violent revolution for the bourgeois state, withering away for the proletarian state, dictatorship of the proletariat. When would the latter take place? In light of post-October realities, Lenin would come to observe that national and state differences among people and countries will continue to exist for a very, very long time, even after the dictatorship of the proletariat has been established on a world scale. By now, I have leapt ahead to the situation of socialism in power, so I leave that discussion to later in the chapter. Socialist democracy. In Lenin's pre-revolutionary writings, democracy also looms large. The term has 3 main senses. Footnote: the material in this section is drawn from Socialism with Chinese Characteristics, a Guide for Foreigners. End of footnote. First, it is seen as bourgeois democracy and is a significant component of the bourgeois democratic revolution, which was generally agreed to have taken place in Russia between the 1905 revolution and the February Revolution of 1917. For Lenin, the historical value of bourgeois democracy lay in its struggle against the relics of feudalism and absolutism, and he argued for the need to exploit bourgeois reforms through the press and freedom of assembly to promote the Bolshevik platform. He also argued that a bourgeois democratic republic would intensify class conflict and accelerate the process towards a proletarian revolution in the context of intensified class conflict. Lenin distinguished even more sharply between the illusory and deceptive promises of bourgeois democracy and the superiority of socialist democracy. Second, the more common usage of democracy is in terms of the broader socialist project. In this sense, democracy has a distinct class and thus revolutionary character. Here, we need to note that the loan word democracy was more often associated with the laboring masses of workers and peasants, especially during the revolutionary period. From 1905 to 1917, democracy thus became synonymous with the range of socialist parties, while those of the bourgeoisie, cadets, and the old aristocracy, Octoberists, and others were anti-democratic. This sense of democracy appears in Lenin's advocacy for a coalition with other socialist parties in the initial phases of the proletarian revolution, since democratic and socialist struggles as class-based are inseparably connected in the political struggle. Footnote: in the pressure of revolutionary developments, when years were compressed into weeks and even days, Lenin deployed a number of terms that he would later leave aside. These include the shorthand of democratic revolution to refer to the range of socialist parties pushing for revolution, and revolutionary democratic parties, and even a revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry, which was seen to be distinct from the socialist dictatorship of the proletariat and the peasantry. End of footnote. During the tumultuous year of 1917, this type of democracy was embodied in the Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies, hence the revolutionary slogan of all power to the Soviets. Of course, the Bolsheviks should be in the vanguard, leading such a coalition of revolutionary democratic parties and completing the democratic revolution, since true revolutionary democracy should lead to a socialist revolution and should not be seduced by the compromises entailed in bourgeois democratic phrases. The third sense of democracy will set the stage for Lenin's post-revolutionary developments. Democracy is in itself a socialist project, with the specific sense of a complete and consistent democratization that would lead to its own demise. Thus, in Lenin's hands, socialist democracy has both a minimal and maximal sense. At the minimal level, It designates all socialist parties and their struggle against the old aristocracy, and especially the bourgeoisie, with its form of bourgeois democracy. In its maximal sense, proletarian or socialist democracy means the democracy advocated by communists. At this point, we reach the limit of Lenin's pre-revolutionary reflections on democracy, although I will take up the question again when analyzing the post-October situation. Summary. In this initial section on Lenin's pre-October reflections, I have dealt with Lenin's influential material on the state, with a focus on the nature and functions of the dictatorship of the proletariat in the initial stage of socialism, as well as his usages of democracy, and what socialist democracy might be. As I have mentioned, all this remained, like Marx and Engels, at the level of theory. In the revolutionary experience of the October Revolution and the initial steps of Soviet power, the theory was immediately put to the test and revised in light of practice. It is to this historical threshold that I now turn. Threshold: the early structures of Soviet power. After October, the initial years of Soviet power saw immense innovation and development in the practices of governance. In considering this material, we need to keep three factors in mind. First, it is important to avoid a specious and idealistic interpretation in which Marx, usually with reference to his euphoric description of the Paris Commune, sets a blueprint against which the measures of the Bolsheviks are found wanting. Second, and related, is the betrayal narrative much favored in certain circles influenced by the Judeo-Christian tradition. Think of Judas Iscariot. This betrayal narrative bedevils much Western Marxist storytelling in which Lenin and the Bolsheviks somehow betrayed their ideals, and thus Marx and Engels. Third, the Bolsheviks faced a failed state. Years of war, periodic famine, social unrest, conflict, and violence had led to the systematic breakdown. Russia faced the real prospect of disintegrating altogether. Indeed, at the nadir of the foreign-sponsored and counter-revolutionary civil war, only a rump of the old Russia remained under the control of the new government. As Lacerdo points out, it was one of the most significant achievements of the Bolsheviks to build anew the structures of governance, economy, and society, so as to arrive, after much arduous struggle, at what became the Soviet Union. Footnote: the most readily available resource on such matters for the history of the USSR is the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Congress resolutions and decisions and conferences and plenums of the Central Committee, 1898 to 1986, from the 1950s until 1990. End of footnote. The eventual outcome lay in the future, beyond Lenin's lifetime, although in the rapidly changing situation after the October Revolution, many of the features of socialist governance began to appear. There were three significant processes of transition, from the spontaneity of the Soviets and other interim bodies to their institutionalization, from a unified front with other socialist parties to the leadership of the Communist Party as the single political party, from older hierarchical structures in the workplace to new forms of discipline and extensive worker democracy. Institutionalization of the Soviets. The first transition concerned the institutionalization of the democratic practices of the Soviets, so that they eventually became governmental bodies with ultimate decision-making power. The history of their origins and development of the Soviets prior to the October Revolution may be mentioned briefly. The fabled Petrograd Soviet arose in the context of the initial revolutionary upsurge in 1905, with significant cultural and organizational input from Eastern Orthodox traditions of Symphonia and Sobornost. Footnote: as Prozik 2015 notes, etymologically the noun sobornost comes from the verb sobrat, which means to gather together, to unite, to assemble together, to come together. Other derivations include the noun sobor, which means gathering, assembly, church building, harmony, concord. And in a significant semantic overlap with the famous Soviets, it can also mean a council. End of footnote. The Soviet was re-established during the February Revolution of 1917. With workers in their factories and soldiers in their garrisons electing deputies, the Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Soldiers' Deputies wielded immense popular power. Over the next few months, not only did the number of Soviets across Russia mushroom into the hundreds, but the sheer number of Bolshevik deputies also achieved a critical mass, so that by October the slogan "All Power to the Soviets" had real traction. However, The Soviets, in their spontaneous emergence and practice during the revolutionary period, were always transitional forms. Footnote, Prozik, 2014, defines the Soviets as organizations across professional and class lines as multiple diverse entities around the same goal, with a concern for the working class and their aspiration towards a harmonious society based on equality, thereby uniting them in an organic, interdependent whole. End of footnote. As Lenin observed in early 1918, the Soviet apparatus is in many ways still disorderly and imperfect, but is living and vital. For any governmental consolidation to take place, they had to undergo development so as to be institutionalized. This is not to say that their core practices of democratic participation were somehow abandoned or stifled, but that the principle of democratic debate and decision-making would need to be practiced in a more institutionalized form. This institutionalization began quite early, for the Soviets and their congresses had taken to issuing statements and decrees. By the 6th of January, 1918, we find that the more formal structures of the Soviets were beginning to take shape. To quote from a decree of the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, quote, "The Soviets of workers, soldiers, peasants, and farm laborers' deputies are the local organs of power and are completely independent in local matters, but always act in accordance with the decrees and decisions of the Central Soviet power and of the larger bodies. To Soviets as well as to organs of power there fall the tasks of administration and service in every sphere of local life, administrative, economic, financial, cultural, and educational." End quote. This process of institutionalization would eventually lead to the establishment of the Supreme Soviet and the many lower-level Soviets. Note also that this directive came from the Commissariat, which indicates a process of institutionalization relating to the Central Executive Committee, CEC. Already, by the end of 1917, the CEC, now with more than 350 members, had moved from the temporary headquarters in the Smolny Institute and took over the premises of the ministries of old. The CEC had already established a series of commissariats to deal with economic, military, educational, and other portfolios. These commissariats settled into the offices, enticing and cajoling former employees to work for the new government. Transition to leadership of the Communist Party. The second transition concerned the realization of Communist Party leadership. This was a complex process, initially moving rapidly in light of revolutionary realities and then consolidating through the practice of democratic centralism. In the maelstrom of the events after the October Revolution, we find the interim Constituent Assembly falling away. By early 1918, executive power shifted for a time to the Central Executive Committee of the Soviets, CEC, with representatives from the Mensheviks and Socialist Revolutionaries, along with the Soviet of People's Commissars, in which the Socialist Revolutionaries played a significant role for a brief time, from December 1917 to March 1918, although not without frequent friction. Footnote. For a detailed presentation of the role of Sovnarkom in these early years, see Dodds 2018. End of footnote. The once significant socialist revolutionaries committed political suicide by engaging in their old practices of terror and assassination with an attempt on Lenin's life and found themselves no match for the Bolshevik response, especially through the Extraordinary Commission to Fight Counter-Revolution, Cheka, from mid-March 1918. As other political parties wound down, such as the Mensheviks and the Bund, many of their members ended up joining the Communist Party. By 1919, when the counter-revolutionary civil war was underway, the gravity began to shift to the Central Committee of the renamed Communist Party Bolshevik and its Politburo. Not least because of the dire situation of food and energy shortages and the realities of war. By the early 1920s, with the remarkable victory in the counter-revolutionary war, the process was by and large complete. The Communist Party was the undisputed leader in this new form of governance, an outcome no one but themselves had anticipated or expected. If one were to focus exclusively, as a few too many observers have done, on the increasing reality of Communist Party leadership, then it may seem as though these rapid developments went in a dictatorial or authoritarian direction. This is a very one-sided focus that distorts reality. We will see in a moment how democratic practices became the norm on the factory floor, but here I would like to emphasize both the significant increase in membership and how the party experienced immense debates and struggles well into the 1930s. That membership should increase in light of the success of the October Revolution and after victory in the counter-revolutionary Civil War is obvious, although this increase brought with it a spate of new problems, from opportunism to anti-communists seeking to infiltrate party ranks. The Eighth Party Congress in December of 1919 found itself needing to stipulate rules for admitting new members along with the necessary disciplinary committee. These rules would become a staple for subsequent resolutions. As for widespread debate already in this early period, we find moderates like Kamenev and Zinoviev favoring coalition government, radicals like Bukharin who wanted to carry revolution into the capitalist heartland, and the realists like Lenin and Stalin who saw the need to consolidate power first. We also find the development of various groups and factions, such as the syndicalist, not communist, workers' opposition, the democratic centralists, and the new opposition who were present within the party and engaged in extensive debate over all manner of policies. Lenin's and later Stalin's failed efforts to ban factionalism attest to the reality of robust debate and indeed struggle within the party. Transitions in worker democracy. The third transition concerns the manifestation of worker democracy in many contexts, from the factory floor through neighborhoods and farming villages to the armed forces. Here I draw on the recent work of Ioannis Kokosalakis. Footnote, the references to this work are drawn from a pre-publication manuscript kindly provided by the author into footnote, who focuses via archival research on the Communist Party's grassroots. These were ordinary people, activists involved in primary party organizations, PPO, and provided the necessary bond between the Central Party organ and everyday lives. The significant material for present purposes comes immediately after the most intense struggles of the counter-revolutionary Civil War in 1921. Spurred by the workers' opposition to give serious attention to the party's connections with the working class, a purge and then a census of membership began in the summer of 1921, seeking to clean out opportunists, also communists, who had joined the party after victory and those who had become commissarified. The outcome was a reduction from 710,000 to 410,000 party members. Most significantly, the number of workers actually involved in production and not those who had taken up professional party or managerial positions was at best 15% in Leningrad and Moscow. Waves of membership drives followed in the 3 years to 1925, with the result that membership more than doubled, and most significantly, 92% of the new and suitably vetted members were workers. From a few hundred PPOs in 1922, there were now thousands across the country with large numbers of members. These new members may have renewed the party, but they also presented a range of new problems as manifested in the struggles in the Kirov plant in Leningrad in the mid-1920s that required education in Marxism, Leninism, and experience in party work so as to become the new foundation for widespread democratic practices. How did this practice of worker democracy develop? While the PPOs had the absolutely critical frontline tasks of promoting wave after wave of policies in a way that communicated directly with everyday life, they were also vocal critics of the very same policies. In this way, they provided not merely feedback to policymakers, but engaged actively in developing policies that were at least more pragmatic and geared to people's needs. Kokosalakis draws on records of the incessant conferences, meetings, and discussion groups to provide an account of the grassroots democracy that developed at the same time as Communist Party leadership was consolidated. This dual process in search of a dialectic was not necessarily smooth. The constant process of raising concerns, suggested improvements, and criticism often rankled and at times threatened the decision-makers in the Central Party organs, while at the same time hobbling the speedy and efficient implementation of policies. In these early years, we can say that they were still on a steep learning curve. The formerly voiceless workers and peasants at last had a voice, and they certainly used it, but they were learning how it could be constructive rather than limiting and destructive. For the party's leadership, they too had to learn fast. In the context of repeated emphases on labor discipline so as to overcome absenteeism, stoppages, and pilfering, and in the search for efficient implementation of the correct policies in the correct way, They also had to learn that the criticisms from worker activists provided invaluable points for improvement. At this point, we must pause, since subsequent developments, from the profound tensions of the NEP of the 1920s through to the dual process of industrialization and rural collectivization of the 1930s, fall under the purview of the next chapter on Stalin. The processes I have outlined here, in terms of the institutionalization of the Soviets, the consolidation of Communist Party leadership, and the growth of worker democracy, would come to a reasonable fulfillment by the late 1930s. But the material discussed in this section is sufficient to make a theoretical point. What we see is the initial development of democratic centralism in practice. See more below. It was not a case of either centralism or democracy, driven by the either-or framework of Western cultural and philosophical assumptions, but of both and. Centralism entails a drive to greater democracy, and a fully functioning democracy undergirds centralism. This principle arose in the practices mentioned above well before it became a theory of socialist governance. Finally, what has happened to Gewalt, the violent force of socialist power that Engels had emphasized in terms of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and that Lenin had taken even further as the need to smash and destroy the former ruling class and counter-revolutionary forces? The most immediate manifestation was in the continuance of revolutionary violence, as the Bolsheviks consolidated power, and, of course, in the establishment of the Cheka. However, the proletarian dictatorship managed to achieve its initial aim in an unexpected way, through the counter-revolutionary civil war. Footnote, as Kokosalakis noted, combined with the principles of mass participation and party leadership, Lenin's notion of revolutionary proletarian dictatorship proved to be a winning strategy for the Bolsheviks in the Russian Civil War. End of footnote. By the early 1920s, the new Red Army had managed to crush an array of white forces at all points of the compass, which were supported by international forces within and without the country. Counter-revolution had been halted and dispensed, and the success of the proletarian revolution was now guaranteed. Footnote. In many respects, the revolutionary struggle itself was not complete until the foreign-sponsored counter-revolution had been defeated. It may be argued that seizure of power in the October Revolution was the high point of this longer revolutionary struggle, and that the success of the revolution was achieved only with the crushing counter-revolutionary forces. For a useful account of this epoch-changing struggle, see Smiley, 2015. End of footnote. However, when the communists and indeed the common people surveyed the social landscape after the struggle, they found that former landlords and bourgeoisie had also been effectively smashed, with the remnants either fleeing abroad or absorbed into the new system. After October, power democracy and democratic centralism. In 1919, Lenin observed that until the October Revolution, a state more democratic in the true sense of the word, one more closely connected with the working and exploited people, has never existed. By now, it should be obvious that this statement by Lenin is neither political rhetoric nor delusional, but it actually has substance, and that it is factually correct. More specifically, we can already see in the first years of socialism in power a dual process towards the consolidation of Communist Party leadership and the bumpy road to substantial and participatory democracy. As I have suggested, the two are not unrelated and not paradoxical. This final section then focuses on Lenin's reflections in light of practice, noting the continuities and differences with his pre-October thought. The immediate tasks of Soviet power. Already in the 1870s, Friedrich Engels had summarized a key task of socialist governance as the administration of the stuff of life and the conduct of production processes for the true interests of society. I have begun with this point, discussed in Chapter 2, since it provides the basic principles that Lenin sought to address in what is arguably his most important post-October reflection on the actual practice of socialism in power, the immediate tasks of Soviet power. Footnote, I am grateful to Ioannis Kokosalakis for drawing attention to this text, and in what follows I am indebted to a lecture delivered in March 2021 at the School of Marxism at Dalian University of Technology. End of footnote. Here, Lenin emphasizes a fundamental shift. We have won Russia from the rich for the poor, from the exploiters for the working people. Now we must administer Russia. This is the key. The whole peculiarity of the present situation, the whole difficulty, lies in understanding the specific features of the transition from the principal task of convincing the people and of suppressing the exploiters by armed force to the principal task of administration. The word used here is upravlenia, with the senses of administration, management, control, and thus governing. Conquest and the seizure of power was largely destructive of the old order, but administration and thus governing is concerned with positive or constructive tasks. But what exactly does administration and thus governing entail? First, it requires the task of organizing administration as the main central task. This is by no means simple, as Engels had suggested, but rather an extremely intricate and delicate system of relations so as to ensure the production and distribution of goods for the sake of tens of millions of people. Most immediately, the crisis produced by war, famine, social breakdown, and impending counter-revolutionary struggle meant that the organizational task involved ensuring the basics of life, elementary public security, and even economic growth. Lenin also has the longer-term transition to socialism in mind. He emphasizes that it is both the most difficult and the most gratifying task, since it involves the most comprehensive and most deep-rooted reorganizing of the economic and social life of millions of people, so as to enable the transition to socialism. Again and again, Lenin stresses the need for the strictest organization, accounting, and administration, speaking in some detail of banks, state enterprises, taxes, compulsory labor service, and so on. These initially seem like rather mundane and trivial bureaucratic stipulations for the lofty goal of socialist construction and the eventual achievement of communism, but they are absolutely necessary. To emphasize how necessary, let me draw on an unlikely source, Max Weber's emphasis on bureaucracy as rational, efficient, and superior. True. Lenin and later Stalin would regularly inveigh against bureaucratism, which was a shorthand for negligence and corruption in the sense that state officials, being secure in their position, would become detached from the broader mass of the working class and stop serving its interests. Footnote: this quotation is drawn from the text of the lecture delivered by the author at Dalian University of Technology, Dalian, China, in March 2021. Thanks to the author for providing this text. End of footnote. But Lenin has in mind a different and more positive form of organization and, indeed, bureaucracy. As Weber observes, a socialistic order would require the creation of a strict bureaucratic administration with a higher degree of substantial formal rules than a capitalist order. A socialist system would require a significantly higher level of organization and complexity than any type of rational and efficient organization seen thus far. It was this that the Bolsheviks sought. Second, to achieve this organizational task, Lenin distinguishes between the leadership of the Communist Party, constituted by class-conscious workers, and the masses of workers and peasants. True, all workers would eventually be included in substantive and participatory ways within the new project, but for now they would have to be led and trained by a group of class-conscious workers. This emphasis on Communist Party leadership also appears in the Can the Bolsheviks Retain State Power?, which Lenin wrote on the eve of the October Revolution and which was published soon afterwards. We are not utopians, he writes, since we know that an unskilled laborer or a cook cannot immediately get on with the job of state administration. However, the Bolsheviks are thoroughly opposed to the idea that only the rich or officials chosen from rich families are capable of administering the state, of performing the ordinary everyday work of administration. But how are workers unused to such administration to learn? Training is the key. Revolutionary democracy means that 10 or even 20 million common people could be brought into the administration so as to ensure the supply of housing, food, clothing, and so on. But they would need to be trained by class-conscious workers who can imbue the oppressed and the working people with confidence in their own strength to prove to them in practice that they can and must themselves ensure the proper, most strictly regulated and organized distribution of bread, all kinds of food, milk, clothing, housing, etc., in the interests of the poor. As Kokosalakis observes, as it was not possible for every worker to directly participate in the dictatorship of the proletariat, it became necessary for those who could to provide leadership to those who could not. In the immediate tasks of Soviet power, Lenin takes this point a step further. Soviet power, he writes, is nothing but an organizational form of the dictatorship of the proletariat. But what does this phrase mean? Lenin is clear. It is the dictatorship of the advanced class, or in other words, the disciplined and class-conscious vanguard of the proletariat. The task of this advanced vanguard, or class, is to raise tens of millions of working and formerly exploited people to a new level of consciousness through widespread educational and cultural work so as to participate actively and substantively in governmental administration. This emphasis on strict regulation and organization brings us to the third point, which is captured in the phrase iron authority as the defining feature of the dictatorship of the proletariat in its early stages. Lenin is absolutely clear. Any transition from capitalism to socialism requires coercion precisely in the form of dictatorship. This iron hand has two tasks. The first is the ruthless repression of the resistance of former exploiters. The second is the suppression of mugging, crime, and hooliganism. What is meant by hooliganism here? On the one hand, these are the overt manifestations of the death of the old order which the revolutionary process brings to the surface. In this respect, sabotage, hoarding, and speculation are the death throes of the former landlord and bourgeois ruling class. On the other hand, there are among the workers many waverers and weak characters who are unable to withstand the temptation of profiteering, bribery, personal gain obtained by spoiling the whole apparatus. As Kokosalakis emphasizes, Lenin has introduced a crucial distinction that is already implicit in the notion of the leadership by the Communist Party. This leadership also includes leadership training and stern discipline over distinct elements among the workers themselves. This is particularly needed in the early days of socialism in power, since workers may be overtly influenced by former assumptions, may be misled by those who seek to overthrow Soviet power, or simply resort to desperate measures in desperate times. These strict measures are required for even a modicum of public order, and they are closely connected with the need for labor discipline so as to get a ruined economy moving again. Fourth, this vanguard role of class-conscious workers as the dictatorship of the proletariat goes hand in hand with radical proletarian democracy. For those accustomed to either or oppositions, this may seem like an unsolvable contradiction, but it is not so. Instead, the dictatorship of the proletariat is both the means for achieving a new form of democracy and the embodiment of this democracy. In the next section, I will have more to say on this topic, save to note here that Lenin emphasizes both the path of democracy from the first steps of Soviets in which the exploited had begun to find their voice to a fully fledged socialist democracy and the dialectical connection with the iron rule of the proletarian dictatorship. This dialectic comes to its sharpest expression when he speaks of the director of an industrial plant or railway and the roles of workers. On the one hand, absolute discipline is needed in the word of the director. A communist director must have dictatorial authority if the plant or the railway is to function. On the other hand, workers must engage in the most extensive types of democratic participation, both for the sake of supervision of the director and for substantive participation in the enterprise. On 2 occasions he does emphasize this point, quote, "We must learn to combine the public meeting democracy of the working people, turbulent, surging, overflowing its banks like a spring flood, with iron discipline while at work, with unquestioning obedience to the will of a single person, the Soviet leader, while at work. The more resolutely we now have to stand for a ruthlessly firm government, for the dictatorship of individuals, indefinite processes of work, indefinite aspects of purely executive functions, the more varied must be the forms and methods of control from below in order to counteract every shadow of a possibility of distorting the principles of Soviet government." End quote. It would be easy, but superficial, to misrepresent these texts as a justification for individual dictatorship per se. But note the emphases. This refers to a Soviet leader, and it applies to specific processes at work, to strictly execute functions. At the very same time, the most robust worker democracy must take place. For Lenin, this higher type of democracy is nothing less than proletarian democracy, but it is also a concrete manifestation of democratic centralism. To sum up, in this significant work on Soviet power, Lenin emphasizes the core role of organization and administration. But, and going beyond Engels and Marx, it is far more complex than anyone might have imagined. It requires the leadership of the Communist Party even over recalcitrant elements among workers. The iron authority of the dictatorship of the proletariat, and at the very same time, the growth of mass participation as proletarian democracy. Socialist democracy. The time is overdue for a consideration of how Lenin understood socialist democracy after October. In the first part, I outlined the two senses of democracy in Lenin's texts. The first concerning bourgeois democracy, and the second a unified front type of democracy that took democracy in its widespread usage at the time as meaning socialism, and thus applicable to all socialist parties. I did flag a third sense, socialist democracy, and we have seen in the previous section that Lenin espoused this as a substantive and participatory form of democracy for the broad masses of workers that was coterminous with and even constitutive of the proletarian dictatorship. So let us see how he defines this sense in a little more detail. For Lenin, democracy is in its essence a socialist project. It is a full, complete, and consistent democratization that would lead to its own demise. How does this definition relate to the United Front type of democracy? As mentioned earlier, we may distinguish between minimal and maximal senses. The minimal meaning designates all socialist parties in their struggle against the old aristocracy, and especially the bourgeoisie, with its form of bourgeois democracy. The maximal meaning speaks of proletarian or socialist democracy, as advocated by communists. This maximal sense is not provided by Lenin in a detailed exposition, since he developed the meaning in response to developments on the ground and in the context of often sharp debates. Footnote. That said, we do find occasional fuller and programmatic statements, such as the one found in the draft program of the Russian Communist Party from early 1919. Even here, we find a distinct emphasis, as we saw earlier, on first steps, on the need to take time in transforming the whole system so as to arrive at socialist democracy. End of footnote. We may draw out the following points from moments in his writings. To begin with, socialist democracy is predicated on radical change in the entire political system, which means that it is quantitatively and qualitatively distinct. Quantitatively, socialist democracy is the rule by and expresses the will of the rural and urban workers, who comprise the vast majority that had been exploited by and excluded from the benefits of capitalist democracy. Thus, socialist democracy is partisan, and openly so, for the sake of the majority. As Lenin observed, liberties and democracy not for all, but for the working and exploited masses, to emancipate them from exploitation, ruthless suppression of exploiters. In qualitative terms, Lenin came to speak of Soviet or proletarian democracy as not merely a higher, but the highest form of democracy, in which the working class and other workers are the masters of the country. But what makes it qualitatively distinct? The dictatorship of the proletariat. Two preliminary points need to be noted. First, Lenin had duly noted and indeed emphasized Engels' identification of the Paris Commune with the proletarian dictatorship, although he took this insight to its logical and historical conclusion in terms of socialist democracy and proletarian dictatorship. Second, I noted earlier in the treatment of the immediate tasks of Soviet power that Lenin saw the iron discipline of the proletarian dictatorship as coterminous with, and indeed inescapably connected in practice, the full expression of proletarian democracy in the workplace. However, that text does not yet make the theoretical and dialectical point that the proletarian dictatorship is by definition socialist democracy, and thus the highest form of democracy. This would come soon in Democracy and Dictatorship, where he writes, "The dictatorship of the proletariat alone can emancipate humanity from the oppression of capital, from the lies, falsehood, and hypocrisy of bourgeois democracy, democracy for the rich, and establish democracy for the poor." That is, make the blessings of democracy really accessible to the workers and poor peasants. Again, this is clearly a partisan definition of democracy, in the sense that the proletarian dictatorship would ruthlessly suppress the former ruling class and any counter-revolutionary outbursts, but that in doing so, it would ensure mass participation by those formerly excluded from any substantive participation in democracy. Indeed, we may see the seeds here of Mao Zedong's later democratic dictatorship, with the sense that dictatorship is exercised against the internal and external enemies of a socialist country, and that democracy is the reality for the many rural and urban workers within the country. Democratic centralism. We may go a step further, specifically with the crucial theoretical development of democratic centralism. I have mentioned on a couple of occasions that democratic centralism was implicit in certain practices, but here I address the theory itself. The principle itself emerged in debates over party structures in 1904 to 1905 and would come to have profound ramifications for the global communist movement. To be clear, it was initially seen as a concept to be deployed for inter-party practice in terms of full freedom to criticize so as to maintain unity of action. The principle of democratic centralism and autonomy for local party organization implies universal and full freedom to criticize, so long as this does not disturb the unity of a definite action. It rules out all criticism which disrupts or makes difficult the unity of an action decided on by the party. More fully, and in the context of inter-party struggles, Lenin observes, quote, "We are all agreed on the principle of democratic centralism, on guarantees for the rights of all minorities, and for all loyal opposition, on the autonomy of every party organization, on recognizing that all party functionaries must be elected, accountable to the party, and subject to recall. We see the observance in practice of these principles of organization, their sincere and consistent application, as a guarantee against splits, a guarantee that the ideological struggle in the party can and must prove fully consistent with strict organizational unity." End quote. However, the major step was to apply democratic centralism to the new form of governance as a whole, initially in terms of nationalities and autonomous regions, and then in relation to economic developments in the governmental structure. Lenin went so far as to stipulate democratic centralism internationally, in terms of the relationship between the Comintern and communist parties around the world. Herein lie two problems. The first pertains to governance within a particular country. It was simply assumed that democratic centralism could be extended from its principal deployment to inter-party governance to governing the country as a whole. The question as to whether such a move would require institutional transformations to make it work for country-wide governance was never really addressed. We will in subsequent chapters see that it took decades of practice and reflection in China before a solution was found. The second problem is international, concerning the stipulation in the rules for admission to the Comintern. To quote, "Parties belonging to the Communist International must be organized on the principle of democratic centralism. In this period of acute civil war, the communist parties can perform their duty only if they are organized in a most centralized manner, are marked by an iron discipline bordering on military discipline, and have strong and authoritative party censors invested with wide powers and enjoying the unanimous confidence of the membership." End quote. Apart from the weight falling on centralism, this article explicitly addresses the structure of parties in various countries. However, it implicitly assumes that the Comintern itself would be structured in a similar way, leading to the well-known reproach of orders from Moscow. To be sure, the wide-ranging assistance given by the Soviet Union to struggles in other countries made a massive difference and contributed in many cases to their successes, but in some cases it became a hindrance, particularly as manifested in the Communist Party of China. The struggle came to a head in the famous Zunyi Conference in January 1935, during the early stage of the Long March. The leadership appointed by the Comintern was replaced, due to failures in military tactics in the final stages of the Jiangxi Fujian Soviet, with Mao Zedong and his circle. This was the practical experience that led, not long afterwards, to an emphasis on China's own laws of development, its own national characteristics, and the need for concrete Marxism that is applied to the concrete struggle in the concrete conditions prevailing in China. Footnote: in fact, the insistence on democratic centralism in the Comintern was in some contradiction with Article 8. Parties in countries whose bourgeoisie possesses colonies and oppress other nations must pursue a most well-defined and clear-cut policy in respect of colonies and oppressed nations. Any party wishing to join the Third International must ruthlessly expose the colonial machinations of the imperialists of its own country, must support, in deed, not merely in word, every colonial liberation movement, demand the expulsion of its compatriot imperialists from the colonies, inculcate in the hearts of the workers of its own country an attitude of true brotherhood with the working populations of the colonies and the oppressed nations, and conduct systematic agitation among the armed forces against all oppression of the colonial peoples. End of footnote. Conclusion. An unexpected withering. To sum up, I have sought to analyze Lenin's contributions in terms of the October Revolution. Before October, Lenin's thoughts on the state and socialist democracy remained in the realm of theory, no matter how much he and other Bolsheviks may have studied the texts of Marx and Engels in light of Russian conditions. During the threshold period of the October Revolution and its immediate aftermath, characterized by the grim realities of counter-revolutionary struggle, war, and social and economic breakdown, I emphasized the rapid shifts in terms of institutionalization, especially of the Soviets, in the increasing reality of Communist Party leadership, and the practices of socialist democracy. The theory that arose from these experiences is marked by continuity and discontinuity. In seeking to explicate what the administration of the stuff of life for the true interests of society, so Engels and Marx, meant in practice, Lenin came to emphasize the crucial category of proletarian dictatorship in terms of leading and training workers themselves in light of the new realities, and in the iron discipline needed for the sake of survival, and indeed economic rebuilding. At the same time, it was connected more closely with socialist democracy, which Lenin saw as a long-term process and a qualitatively superior form of democracy to any that had gone before. The theoretical expression of this dialectical connection between proletarian dictatorship and socialist democracy was less in terms of their equation, but more in terms of the new but undeveloped category of democratic centralism. By way of conclusion, I would like to address three questions. The first concerns the singular role of the Communist Party and the exclusion of all other parties. In many respects, this was an understandable development in light of historical conditions. We can forget about the bourgeois and conservative parties, but it was the socialist revolutionaries who both committed political suicide and were eventually banned despite a brief period of coalition government. At the same time, it was a curious and perhaps unfortunate development, especially when we consider the Chinese situation. Here, the democratic and thus socialist parties, which were part of the revolutionary struggle and participated in the period of new democracy and coalition government, have come to be part of the multi-party consultative democracy practiced in China today. Second, already before the October Revolution, Lenin had begun to speak of the proletarian state, and in works such as The Immediate Tasks of Soviet Power, he is explicit. He speaks openly of the highest type of state, Soviet power, and of the socialist state. Footnote: the mention of a socialist state became quite frequent after the October Revolution. While the capitalist state had to be smashed, communists are by no means anarchists. Instead, they are committed to establishing a state, a new socialist state. End of footnote. The two terms used here, Gosudorstvo and Vlast, overlap somewhat, but we may see the core term Vlast as an effort to translate Gewalt. Of course, with translations, the semantic fields overlap only partially. While Gewalt connotates power, force, and violence, Vlast means power, authority, rule, and thus lends itself more towards the concept of the state. This connection with the state is the key, since it is a distinct step beyond Engels, who hesitated to speak of the state in a socialist system in light of his definition of the state as separated public power. Further, Lenin makes a crucial point. The state, which for centuries has been an organ for oppression and robbery of the people, has left us a legacy of the people's supreme hatred and suspicion of everything that is connected with the state. It is very difficult to overcome this, and only Soviet power can do it, but it will require plenty of time and enormous perseverance to accomplish it. As Domenico Lacerdo has emphasized repeatedly, a signature feature of countries that experienced anti-colonial struggles for national liberation is the positive and beneficial role of the state. For countries that have for a long time indeed been denied state sovereignty, the state is absolutely crucial for socialist construction, the development of socialist democracy, and so on. The text quoted from Lenin indicates a qualification of Lacerdo's point. In countries such as Russia, which had experienced centuries of autocratic and oppressive rule, it would require a massive re-education for its citizens to see the state in a positive and a beneficial light. It was to this task that he committed Soviet power, and it is for this reason that he began to speak of a qualitatively new proletarian and Soviet state. Finally, this emphasis raises the question as to what has happened to the fabled dying away of the state. Earlier I mentioned that Lenin came to speak of a very, very long time before national differences would begin to disappear, and in the early years of Soviet power, Lenin emphasized the heightened role of the dictatorship of the proletariat, led by the Communist Party, and exercising an iron authority that acted ruthlessly against exploiters as well as hooligans, and sought to lead the masses along the path of socialist construction. On a superficial reading, this would seem to be a strengthening of communist-led state power, with the withering put off into an indefinite future. A more substantial reading of the actual practices of worker democracy through grassroots workers' organizations, PPOs, with the concomitant development of strong Communist Party leadership, indicates that the withering away of the state took an unexpected path. Simply put, it entailed the breakdown of the distinction between state and society. This development has perplexed Western scholars accustomed to what they see as a universal distinction, with some advocating bottom-up initiatives from society and other bottom-down approaches via the state. But as the socialist system developed in the Soviet Union, it became clear to scholars already some years ago that governance was already shading almost imperceptibly into dynamic, mobile, dramatically changing society. More recently, this process had been attributed to the multi-layered or focused field nature of the Communist Party itself, the activity of which blurred the boundaries between state and society. In other words, it was precisely through the myriad party organizations, from the central leadership to local levels, that the organs of governance began to stand, as Engels put it, in the midst of society. We may go further. The dying away of the state is not simply to be relegated to some unspecified future development, but is itself a long process that begins imperceptibly from the first moments of socialism in power. Given these unexpected developments, there was no explicit or extensive thinking through of what was happening, in light of the speed of events and the fixation on standard perceptions of the state's dying away. We may, however, espy the first glimmers in some of Lenin's 10 theses on Soviet power, to which I give the last word. 3. Abolition of parliamentarianism as the separation of legislative from executive activity, union of legislative and executive state activity, fusion of administration with legislation. 4. Closer connection of the whole apparatus of state power and state administration with the masses than under previous forms of democracy. 9. Transfer of the focus of attention in questions of democracy from formal recognition of a formal equality of the bourgeoisie and the proletariat of poor and rich to the practical feasibility of the enjoyment of freedom democracy by the working and exploited mass of the population. End of Chapter 4. Socialism in Power by Roland BOER. Chapter 5. The Soviet Union as a multinational and anti-colonial state. Opening remarks. An inescapable structural feature of socialist governance in the USSR concerns the national question. We need to be careful here, since the term nation or nationality designate not what has come to be called in a Western context a nation-state, but a particular group with common characteristics within a state. At times, one will find the term ethnic group or ethnicity used in English, but this is misleading, since a nationality is not determined by its ethnic identity. For this reason, I will use the term nationality, which is the common term in all the material from the debates at the turn of the 20th century to the realities in China today. In terms of this chapter, we will find that although Lenin spoke of nationalities and Bolshevik policy, it would fall to Stalin to provide the full understanding of nationalities policy, and indeed the crucial insight that there was a theoretical and practical connection with anti-colonial struggles for national liberation. In order to understand how this feature of socialist governance developed, this chapter begins with debates at the turn of the 20th century in Central and Eastern Europe. In a little more detail, the chapter begins by presenting the key positions in the debate over the national question, by drawing on material concerning the Austrian Marxists, especially Otto Bauer, the General Jewish Workers' Union of Lithuania, Poland, and Russia, the Bund, and Caucasian Mensheviks, against their general preference for cultural national autonomy. Stalin's key essay from 1913, Marxism and the National Question, not only provided a deeply influential definition of a nationality, but also proposed that the working class should be the determining feature for structures of socialist governance. Here is a crucial dialectical point. It was precisely the unifying and indeed totalizing category of class that provided a firm foundation for a much more comprehensive approach to the diversity of nationalities within what would become a multinational socialist state. The next section provides an overview of how this worked out in practice, presenting material concerning the world's first preferential policies for minority nationalities. This section also shows how the very structures of socialist governance incorporated nationalities rather than excluding them, as in capitalist states. Further, the experience concerning minority nationalities led to an insight that would change the structures of the world in the 20th century. The liberation of nationalities within the Soviet Union was a microcosm for the many anti-colonial struggles for national liberation throughout the world. Not only was this insight determinative for the Soviet Union's support for the many anti-colonial struggles in the rear of capitalist imperialism, but it was also a rediscovery through concrete practice of the initial point from Marx and Engels that anti-colonial struggles are a species of class struggle. The chapter closes by addressing a distinct problem in the Soviet Union's approach, the right to succession of autonomous republics, which was mistakenly seen as an extension of the right to self-determination. This right to succession was not taken up by other socialist countries. Historical background. At the turn of the 20th century, the national question was a topic of considerable debate among a number of socialist organizations, especially between Austrian Marxists, Caucasian Mensheviks, the General Jewish Workers' Union of Lithuania, Poland, and Russia, known as the Bund, and the Bolsheviks. Their debate turned on how socialism in power would deal with the many nationalities within a state. Notably, the debate took place not in the smaller countries and city-states of Western Europe, but especially in Austria-Hungary and Russia, both with significant landmass and multiple nationalities. In this section, I deal with the most prominent of the Austrian Marxists, Otto Bauer, major representatives from the Bund, and the Caucasian socialists. The purpose here is to present an overview of the wider debates to which Lenin, and especially Stalin, responded. Austrian Marxism. Let us begin with Otto Bauer, 1881 to 1938, the leading theorist among the Austrian Marxists. For Bauer, a nation is the totality of human beings bound together by a community of fate into a community of character. Footnote. For a useful analysis of Bauer in the context of Austro-Marxism, see Egri, 2005, end of footnote. By community of character, Bauer attempts to indicate what distinguishes one nationality from another, and he tries to identify distinct differences in ways of thinking, behavior, and assumptions. However, this character is neither a given nor a cause of the assumptions and behaviors of individuals within a nationality. Instead, we may understand a nationality's community of character by considering the community of fate or destiny. This term means the long and complex historical process that produces a community of character. Bauer emphasizes that such a community is always relative to other communities and between individuals within them, and that it is subject to change in light of historical developments. Much of his investigation is devoted to identifying how a nationality's community of character has developed over time, how it changes, and how it entails a constant interaction with historical and contemporary forces. There is no such thing as an unchanging national spirit, since each generation inherits a distinct cultural framework which is modified in light of experience and events. Thus, the character of a nationality is not an explanation of distinct characteristics, but a reality that needs to be analyzed in historical terms. Intriguingly, in the preface to the second edition, 1924, BOER also argues that socialist movements are influenced and indeed determined by the cultural and national conditions in which they operate. He deploys a religious analogy to make his point in the same way that Roman Catholicism, with its centralized leadership and uniform doctrines, acquires national specificity in the different nations, so also in each nation inherited national characteristics are giving international socialist ideology a particular national form. Obviously, this is rather prescient of later developments, such as socialism in one country or socialism with Chinese characteristics. To quote further, just as in its historical praxis, the working class in every country must increasingly adapt its methods of struggle to the particularities of the national terrain of struggle, the closer it comes to power, so too does the socialist ideology of the working class establish an increasingly closer relationship with the particular cultural heritage of the nation, the more it absorbs that culture. It is not the leveling of national particularities, but the promoting of international unity within national diversity that can and must be the task of the international." End quote. The Bund. A second major vector in the debate came from the Bund, which was engaged in constant debate and struggle over the national question. Footnote. In this paragraph, I draw primarily from the work of Frankel, 1981, end of footnote. We may distinguish between two main emphases. The first were the internationalists, such as Leon Goldman and David Katz, who argued strenuously that the major concern should be the international working class and not cultural national interests. They saw the latter as divisive, risking a diversion of working class interests away from the primary struggle against capitalist exploitation. The second grouping, including John Mill, Yekutil Portnoy, and Vladimir Kosovsky, Nachum Mindel Levinson, argued just as strongly for Jewish identity as a nationality. For these nationalists, a nationality should be defined in terms of culture and language. Between these two sides were some other theorists, especially Vladimir Medem, who argued that national character, a term drawn from the Austrian Marxists, was a cultural content common to all human beings, but that it took distinct forms due to historical reasons and the conjunctions of social forces in a specific location. It followed, Medem argued, that citizenship of a state of nationalities should be neutral in terms of one's identification. In terms of a nationality, all should be included, and a person's nationality should not be identified. While Medem's proposals may have been an effort to overcome the divisiveness created by debates over the national question in the Bund, they did not resolve those struggles. Now one side and now the other gained the ascendancy and influenced the Bund's program. For example, those in favor of identifying the Bund as the representative of Jewish workers were able to get the Fourth Congress of 1901 and the Sixth Congress of 1905 to adopt ever clearer resolutions concerning the Jews as a nationality, the need for cultural national autonomy, and for the future socialist state to be a federation of nationalities in which self-government was to be transferred to the nationality so as to enable free cultural development. However, the proponents of internationalism within the Bund were by no means on the back foot. While they worked hard to ensure that the statements of principle were bereft of a concrete program and could not be enacted, they also persuaded the majority to overcome the 1903 split with the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party and rejoin that party in 1906. The story continues with the Bund yet again breaking away only to participate significantly in the October Revolution and then dissolve itself. Most of its members joined what was soon to become the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks, and not a few took up leadership positions. Caucasian Mensheviks. The dominant Menshevik section of the Caucasian Social Democrats adopted an even more extreme cultural national autonomy position, arguing for the determining influence of cultural factors over history and economics. The complex political and economic history of the Caucasus meant that class aspirations were usually expressed in cultural and national terms. Thus, the Georgians were mostly peasants with nobility, dreaming of the glories of the Georgian past while being integrated with the Russian Tsarist state administration. The dispersed Armenians made up the bulk of the relatively new bourgeoisie and controlled commerce in the oil fields of Baku. The Azerbaijani and immigrant Persian Muslims formed the lowly paid workers in the oil fields. These realities led to the Georgian nobles promoting a feudal monarchist nationalism inescapably connected with their Eastern Orthodox faith, while the dispersed Armenians sought identity through their Armenian church and promoted a bourgeois non-territorial nationalism in competition with the fledgling Russian bourgeoisie and the larger European bourgeoisies. By contrast, the younger and radical Georgian intelligentsia, including Stalin, developed a mass political movement that brought together Georgian peasants and both Georgian and Azerbaijani workers. Their opponents were the Tsarist autocracy and therefore Georgian nobles and the largely Armenian bourgeoisie. One can see how easily the primary identification of a class would be expressed in cultural terms, especially in terms of language and religion. The Caucasian Social Democrats also struggled over this question, with the Mensheviks promoting a cultural national autonomy position for a future socialist state, thereby obscuring the question of class. Stalin's definition of a nationality. It should be no surprise that Stalin's direct experience with this complex situation would lead to a lifelong interest in such matters. Of course, he belonged to the minority Bolshevik section of the Caucasian Social Democrats who resolutely promoted the priority and determining role of class in any analysis. More of that later, since here I would like to quote an immensely influential definition of a nation or nationality. A nation is a historically constituted, stable community of people formed on the basis of a common language, territory, economic life, and psychological makeup manifested in a common culture. Notably, ethnicity is not part of the definition. Further, the positions of Austrian Marxists, such as Otto Bauer, the nationalist wing of the Bund, and the Mensheviks in the Caucasus may all be seen as limited to the psychological makeup or the specific spiritual complexion. Footnote: we should not be misled here by the limited English perception of spiritual which pertains to religious matters. In Slavic languages, the word's semantic field refers to the overall spirit of a culture which may include religion, but is certainly not limited to this sense. Compare here the Chinese Jingshen, which is also translated as spiritual, but here refers to vitality, vigor, and drive. End of footnote. Of a common culture and its historical formation. Footnote. Much of the argument in Stalin's essay is devoted to criticisms of the Austrian Marxists, the Bund, and the Caucasian Mensheviks. End of footnote. Clearly, Stalin's definition is more comprehensive, and it was quickly acknowledged as forming the basis of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party's platform. Footnote. In December of 1913, Lenin observed, "This situation and the fundamentals of a national program for social democracy have recently been dealt with in Marxist theoretical literature, the most prominent place being taken by Stalin's article." End of footnote. With these credentials, this approach, after much development, would come to influence approaches to minority nationalities in all socialist countries up to the present day. Footnote. For example, in Chinese studies of minority nationalities, this definition by Stalin is usually quoted as the starting point of the Marxist tradition's approach to nationalities. End of footnote. Class as the unifying basis for diversity. There is a particular argument in Stalin's Marxism and the national question that would come to have immense importance. In terms of nationalities, the resolute focus should be on the unifying category of class, which would lead in turn to the recognition and indeed fostering of greater diversity. Lenin's approach. In this section, I will pay close attention to this argument, but first, let us note Lenin's contributions to the debate. In response to the Tsarist policy of subordinating all of the linguistic and national variety of the Russian Empire to an enforced Great Russian nationalism, Lenin tirelessly reiterated that whoever does not recognize and champion the equality of nations and languages and does not fight against all national oppression or inequality is not a Marxist. The specific issue may have varied from language in schools to bills in the Duma, but the responses repeated the same point: national autonomy, self-determination, linguistic freedom, and no imposition by one nation on another. All nations in the state are absolutely equal, and all privileges enjoyed by any one nation or any one language are held to be inadmissible and anti-constitutional. Crucially, the reason for such a position is that class is the bond for all workers, and that nationalities, like religions, are secondary features pertaining to the superstructure. Workers of all languages, cultures, and nationalities need to work together in a united front, for class is always primary. Any insistence on the primacy of identity of nationalities and the urging of a federation would split the working class into rival groups. Footnote. This position arose in the drawn-out and complex interaction between the Bolsheviks and the Bund. On the one hand, Lenin was absolutely consistent in his opposition to anti-Semitism. On the other hand, he was also insistent that the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party should be bound by class, and should not be organized as a federation with the Bund representing Jewish workers. For a detailed assessment, see Lenin, Religion and Theology, BOER, 2013, end of footnote. Stalin, the unifying category of class as the basis for the diversity of nationalities. To return to Stalin, his contribution appeared in a crowded polemical space. All were seeking a Marxist solution to the same problem: how to incorporate and protect the many minority nationalities living in the same state. Footnote, I am concerned here with debates that sought to include nationalities within a socialist state, but there were others, such as Karl Kautsky, who argued that the universal category of class would lead to the abolition of national differences. End of footnote. Their disagreements turned on two issues. The first was the contrast between class and nationality. Is class to be the basis of the national question, or is it to be national culture? As we have seen, the Austrian Marxists, the Bund, and the Caucasian Mensheviks advocated the latter and developed a culturalist federalism with a federated state that would account for multiple nationalities. Stalin begged to differ, stressing that the core category is class, and that from here one could deal with more comprehensively with the question of nationalities. The second issue is related, for it concerns diversity and unity. If one begins with cultural national diversity, then one struggles to find unity within a federated state. But if one begins with class, then unity follows. Now, we come to the key point. This emphasis on unity through class produces an innovative dialectical outcome. Unity through class does not result in assimilation under a uniform culture, as one finds in capitalist states, but in a higher level of diversity that fosters the distinct characteristics of nationalities. This principle would lead to the Soviet Union's unprecedented recognition of the territorial claims of nationalities and strong protections for minorities without territory. This dialectical point comes to the fore in the section of Stalin's essay where he responds to the Bund. Footnote, the following is a careful exegesis of the final pages of Marxism and the national question. End of footnote. While the Bund argued for national autonomy leading to federalism, Stalin argued for class unity leading to national diversity. In a little more detail, Stalin argued for a stark difference between the Bolshevik position and that of his opponents. The latter sought a primary recognition of cultural national difference in both party structures and a future socialist state. The starting point was multiplicity, which would lead to a federated state. For Stalin, the Bund began at the wrong point with cultural national autonomy rather than international class solidarity. A federalist approach substitutes for the socialist principle of the class struggle the bourgeois principle of nationality. Typically, Stalin seeks to sharpen the opposition in terms of a clear either-or. The first principle is either the unity of class or the multiplicity of autonomy. One's starting point determines the path one takes. The Bund's approach leads to disunity and ultimately separatism, while the Bolshevik approach produces unity. The Bund may have sought unity through federalism, but since it began with multiplicity, its search for unity would always be superficial, masking a persistent multiplicity that would eventually lead to separatism. This was, argued Stalin, analogous to bourgeois movements, such as the approach of the Armenian bourgeoisie in the Caucasus, which sought national autonomy that was at times skillfully masked by socialist phrases. The polemical sharpness of the opposition between the positions of the Bund and the Bolsheviks risks obscuring their common points. The nationalist wing of the Bund felt that its proposals for cultural national autonomy would produce a unified federal state that was fully cognizant of the diversity of nationalities. Further, they feared that the Bolshevik approach proposed by Stalin and other Bolsheviks would lead to the oppression of nationalities and would thus be little different from the Tsarist autocracy. Stalin's response sought to bring out the weakness of the federation model, which may be appropriate for bourgeois countries such as Switzerland, Canada, or the United States, but it is an unstable model that constantly threatens to disintegrate. To allay the fears of the Bund, Stalin had to work hard, and it was the category of class that would do the work for him. Federalism was off the agenda, except perhaps in a temporary measure, as was a unitary bourgeois state that sought to assimilate minorities instead. Class is the primary principle, specifically the working class and its dictatorship. Everything flows from this category, leading to diversity through unity. To be clear, Stalin's point is that the totalizing unity of the proletariat produces hitherto unexpected levels of diversity. This is the principle that would come to be manifested in the structural feature of the Soviet Union, to which I now turn. Preferential policies for minority nationalities. This dialectical principle would become manifest in the concrete preferential policies for minority nationalities in the Soviet Union. Footnote. Although there are various translations of Poletzelnaya Diatalnot and Pokrovitel Stevinana Politika, such as positive or favorable actions and policies, I have opted for preferential policies. The following material draws on an earlier study, BOER 2016. End of footnote. For Stalin, it is precisely the dictatorship of the proletariat that is the means for enabling such an approach. The victory of the Soviets and the establishment of the proletarian dictatorship are a fundamental condition for abolishing national oppression, establishing national equality, and guaranteeing the rights of national minorities. Enactment of preferential policies for minority nationalities. The preferential policies and associated governing structures entailed a comprehensive effort at social, cultural, and economic recreation. It is only with China that we find a comparable project in terms of thoroughness and scale. Minorities were identified, named, and established in territories where local language, culture, education, and governance were fostered. Dispersed minorities with no territory were provided with strong legal protections. The term recreation is very appropriate, since it was very much a creative act in which the task of identification entailed the rediscovery and recreation of groups, peoples, and nationalities, as the report to the Communist Party's 15th Congress of 1931 observed. This involved the creation of new nationalities out of groups that had been so thoroughly assimilated that they had earlier never dreamed of national existence. This feature of the policies became clear with the interchangeable use of the terms policy and construction, as we find, for example, with language policy and language construction. Indeed, in some cases, languages had to be recreated, written forms developed for those with only an oral language, leading to the development of new types of literature, education, and culture. In other words, the process was understood as the deliberate intervention by ethnologists and socialists into the process of producing and developing a new society and structures of governance, within which nationalities were central. Most of the material concerning Soviet affirmative action involves policies, research teams, concrete programs, government departments, central and local, and the many significant achievements and mistakes made in the process. Footnote. Substantial material in English based on extensive archival research is now available concerning these policies. I recommend Martin, 2001, for the sheer volume of detailed archival material, although his assessments and ideological proclivities are wanting. One should also consult Hirsch's study, 2005, for the sake of the immense ethnographic efforts, the participatory processes, characteristics of such policies, and the details of the new project of defining and determining such nationalities. End of footnote. Theoretically, this approach goes back to the earlier platform 1903 of the Russian Social Democrats, the right of the population to receive instruction in their native tongue, to be realized by the provision at the expense of the state and the organs of self-government of the necessary schools, the right of every citizen to use his native language at assemblies, the introduction of native languages on a par with the official language in all local social and state institutions. At this stage, the platform was consciously developed in response to Tsarist repression, which was as much targeted at religious minorities as it was at national minorities. However, it also required positive elaboration, which involved social recreation and socialist imperative to foster local languages, cultures, education, and political leadership, raising the border regions to socialism, and was as such seen as a cultural revolution. It was also embodied in the constitutions of 1924 and 1936. Earlier, I pointed out that the Bolsheviks used the term policy and construction interchangeably, seeing their task as an immense one of social and economic recreation, or as Stalin puts it elsewhere, quote, "We stand for the preferential policies in relation to the development of the national cultures of the backward nationalities. I emphasize this so that it will be understood that we are not indifferent but actively supporting the development of national culture." End quote. Was this process a hubristic effort at social engineering, recreating peoples, languages, and nationalities, even where they had been so thoroughly assimilated that they can be said to have no longer existed? Not at all. For the Soviet Union witnessed the first real effort in human history to create a whole new mode of production, not merely in terms of its economics, but also society, culture, and political structures. The Marxist framework for Stalin's thought, and indeed the whole Bolshevik program, embodied the insight that any mode of production or social formation is as much constructed as it is given, or rather, such a mode of production may provide the context by which people are formed, but human beings shape the mode of production and social system in question, or to gloss Marx and make us wary of naturalizing any social formation, we may be subject to the given circumstances of the past, but we make our own history. With these background developments and clear policies, a major feature of the Reconstruction entailed the establishment of autonomous territories and regions where there were identifiable nationalities. As for dispersed minorities within such regions, they were provided with a strong framework of protections, including stiff penalties for any form of racial denigration and abuse. They, too, in a program of indigenization, should be able to use their own languages, operate their own schools, law courts, and Soviets, and have freedom of conscience in matters relating to religion. Footnote. During the Second World War, Stalin explicitly contrasted the emphasis on racial equality in the Soviet Union, and indeed the strong penalties for any manifestation of racism, with fascist racial hatred. By the mid-1930s, the Jews were also identified as a nationality with a territory in the Jewish Autonomous District of Birobidzhan. This importance of this move, part of Crimea has also been proposed, is rarely recognized, for it was the first moved Jewish territory in the modern era. End of footnote. Across the Soviet Union, such programs cost millions and billions of rubles, leading to the wholesale recreation of cultures, as well as leading to a whole new range of problems not experienced thus far. A good example of this process concerns the indigenous Mordvinians. They had been highly assimilated but took advantage of the affirmative action program to claim a distinct identity and were granted an autonomous oblast in 1929. Within the vast expanses of what would become by 1924 the Soviet Union, this example was not unique. The task of delineating and fostering nationalities generated a plethora of autonomous republics and regions, oblast or okrug, national districts of 25,000 to 10,000 people, and even village Soviets with as few as 500 people. Needless to say, there was continual debate as to who belonged to which group, to what the various levels and groups were entitled, and constant alterations and refinements. Further, the whole program may always not have lived up to some of its lofty aims, since the path was strewn with immense hurdles and setbacks. Yet its achievements were significant. That it should undergo constant adaptation is no surprise, since such a project of social construction produced profound changes in the nature of the groups in question. This process of transformation leads to the next point, the task of raising the cultural, social, and economic level of the minority nationalities, especially those who were in the border regions of the Soviet Union. At times, the framing of this effort to raise standards of living, society, and culture has a paternalistic tone. Backward peoples should catch up to the same level as advanced peoples in terms of economic, political, and cultural organization. More often, the whole project was seen as an extraordinary effort to bring minority nationalities to the level of socialism within a short period. Some regions and their nationalities may still have a pastoral economy and patriarchal tribal ways of life, while others may have semi-patriarchal and semi-feudal structures. To raise them to the new and still developing level of socialism actually meant taking them directly from much earlier modes of production, tribal society, and feudalism to socialism. However, this task should and indeed could be achieved only by taking into account their specific economic situations, class structures, cultures, and manners of life. So, we find stipulations that the minority nationalities in questions should develop and strengthen their Soviet statehood in light of their particular conditions, establish courts, administration, economic organizations, and organs of governance, foster presses, schools, theaters, recreation clubs, and cultural and educational institutions, all of the above operating with the local language and staffed with local people who understand the specifics of local habits and customs. In other words, as the project of preferential policies for minority nationalities gained in specificity and scope, it was also connected with rising minority nationalities to a socialist level, or better, having them join the others on the long socialist road. This dimension is summed up in the definition of cultural revolution, which has a specific sense as the cultural development of the working class and of the masses of the working peasantry, not only the development of literacy, although literacy is the basis of all culture, but primarily the cultivation of the ability to take part in the administration of the country. Footnote. For a case study of the aims and practical limitations of cultural revolution of the 1920s and 1930s among workers at Leningrad, see Kokosalakis, 2022. End of footnote. At one level, this type of cultural revolution applies to the many urban and rural workers, but at another level, it applies to the minority nationalities, especially those in the border regions, and entails improving their economic well-being and raising their cultural and political sensibilities so as to be commensurate with other parts of the constantly developing socialist system. Implications for the structures of socialist governance. Thus far, I have presented some of the main features of the extraordinary development of preferential policies for minority nationalities, but these were not merely policies developed and enacted by the government, for they also had profound ramifications in the structures of governance itself. Let us begin with the constitutions of 1924 and 1936. As background to the 1924 Constitution, the Declaration of the Formation of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, which was ratified on the 30th of December 1922, clearly states that the dictatorship of the proletariat serves to eradicate national oppression, to create an atmosphere of mutual confidence, and to lay the foundation for the fraternal cooperation of peoples. This declaration would come to form the preamble to the 1924 Constitution, and would be elaborated in the Constitution of 1936. In this Constitution, renowned for embodying the world's first statements on the rights of women, the rights to work, social insurance, rest and leisure, holidays, medical care, and education, as well as for the proactive nature of these rights, we also find stipulations concerning minority nationalities. These include governing structures in the autonomous republics, as well as autonomous regions, areas, districts, cities, and rural localities. Articles 89 to 101. Further, the crucial Article 123 states, quote, "The equality of the rights of the citizens of the USSR, irrespective of their nationality or race, in all spheres of economic, state, cultural, social, and political life is an indefeasible law. Any direct or indirect restriction of the rights of, or conversely, any establishment of direct or indirect privileges for citizens on account of their race or nationality, as well as any advocacy of racial or national exclusiveness or hatred and contempt, is punishable by law." End quote. Constitutions do not emerge out of thin air, for they respond to and shape the structures of governance. I am particularly interested in the development of the two legislative bodies. In the Soviet Union, the 1924 Constitution clarified the emerging reality of two bodies of government. In this Constitution, the first was called the Federal Soviet, and the second, importantly, the Soviet of Nationalities. By 1936, the two Soviets were known as the Soviet of the Union and the Soviet of Nationalities. Together they formed the Supreme Soviet, which was the highest legislative body. For any proposal, even from the Central Committee of the Communist Party, to become law, it had to be approved by both bodies of the Supreme Soviet. In later chapters, we will find that there still remained much work to be done for the rule of law, statutory procedures, especially as they were developed in China, so that its bodies of governance had effective and comprehensive legislative power. But let us focus on the Soviet of Nationalities, a constituent feature of the USSR from the moment of its inception. What was its composition? In the 1924 Constitution, Article 15 stipulated that it is composed of representatives of the member republics and associated autonomous republics, with 5 representatives from the former and 1 from the latter. By 1936, the preferential policies had achieved relative maturity, so that Article 35 of this Constitution stipulates elections according to union and autonomous republics, autonomous regions, and national areas on the basis of 25 deputies from each union republic, 11 deputies from each autonomous republic, 5 deputies from each autonomous region, and 1 deputy from each national area. Clearly, the structures of governance in the Soviet Union explicitly included the many nationalities that were part of the Union. Further, the Soviet of Nationalities had legislative power from the very beginning, not only in terms of approving bills, but also for the sake of initiating legislation. And all legislation had to be published in all the languages spoken in the Union. Obviously, this measure could very well lead to problems in that the two Soviets may not agree on legislation. Usually this was not an issue due to extensive consultation beforehand to ensure agreement. Nonetheless, there was a specific measure to deal with a potential deadlock. This measure had a series of steps. 1. A conciliation commission was to meet with equal representation from both Soviets. 2. If the commission failed to reach an agreement, the legislation had to be debated and voted upon in both Soviets for a second time. 3. If the two Soviets still could not agree, new elections had to be ordered by the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet. The potential for deadlock was not a problem during periods of stability, but by the 1980s it had become an intractable problem, with the drive to independence by some of the republics. As we will see, the Chinese approach was to vest all legislative power in the People's National Congress, which is similar to the Soviet of the Union. The other body became, due to the specific nature of China's revolutionary history, the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, comprised of all minority nationalities, other political parties, religious groups, and so on. The CPPCC has wide-ranging consultative powers, but not legislative power. Despite these differences, we will see that the structures of governance in socialist countries would by and large follow a similar model. There would be two bodies of governance, with one of them specifically designated for representation by minority nationalities along with other groups. This is as true of the Soviet Union as it is of China, although we will find that the DPRK has one legislative body. Anti-colonial struggles for national liberation. The final part of this chapter concerns an insight with immense significance for the global communist movement. The October Revolution and the preferential policies of the Soviet Union provided a microcosm of the global anti-colonial struggle against capitalist imperialism. Footnote: 6 decades ago, E.H. Carr noted the anti-colonial feature of Soviet policy as a natural and logical extension of national policy. End of footnote. This insight is in many respects a concrete confirmation based on practical experience and consequent theoretical reflection of Marx and Engels' resolute emphasis on anti-colonial struggles for national liberation as inescapably connected with class struggle. It is also a logical conclusion of this chapter as a whole. The focus on class provides a dialectical approach to the national question. This led to the world's first preferential policies for minority nationalities and an important structural feature of socialist governance. The next step was to apply this logic to anti-imperialist and anti-colonial struggles. In 1921, Stalin observed that it was the communists who first revealed the connection between the national question and the questions of the colonies, who proved it theoretically and made it the basis of their practical revolutionary activities. Note carefully the structure of this sentence. The connection between nationalities and colonialism arose from concrete practice, leading to theoretical proof, and then application to international revolutionary and anti-capitalist activity. In short, practice leads to theoretical reflection, which leads to further practice. Emergence of the insight into anti-colonial struggles. This theoretical breakthrough took some time to emerge, so let us follow the path of emergence. Already in 1918, in an article called The October Revolution and the National Question, Stalin noted the uprisings inspired by the Russian Revolution in Austria-Hungary and Germany and saw them as the beginning of much wider revolutionary activity in the common struggle against imperialism. At this point, it is possible to attribute such a position to the widespread expectation of a European revolution, of which the Russian Revolution was the harbinger. But then Stalin points out that a focus on Western Europe would entail missing the real revolutionary upsurge which was happening in the East. Does he mean the eastern parts of Russia, part of the border regions? No, he moves beyond the orbit of Russian influence. The East is a term for all peoples oppressed by colonialist imperialism, including China, India, Persia, Egypt, and Morocco. It is now possible to make explicit the connection between the national question and anti-colonial struggles. Quote, thus, from the particular question of combating national oppression, the national question is evolving into the general question of emancipating the nations, colonies, and semi-colonies from imperialism. End quote. Fully aware of this crucial breakthrough, Stalin repeats the point in the conclusion to this speech, where he observes that the October Revolution has widened the scope of the national question, converting it from combating national oppression in Europe into the general question of emancipating the oppressed peoples, colonies, and semi-colonies from imperialism. In light of this breakthrough concerning the international significance of the national question, Stalin began to examine further dimensions in the works of the 1920s. Thus, in concerning the presentation of the national question of 1921, he castigates socialists, especially of the Second International, for restricting their concerns over the national question to civilized nations such as the Irish, Czechs, Poles, Finns, Serbs, Armenians, and Jews, thereby neglecting the millions upon millions of oppressed peoples in Asia and Africa. These global second-class citizens were not even on the radar of such socialists, except perhaps as an assumed colonial prop for the sake of maintaining civilization. By contrast, it was precisely revolutionary communists who had first revealed the inescapable link between national question internal to a country such as the Soviet Union and the colonies. Even more, this theoretical proof became the basis of their practical revolutionary activities. Many of the same points are also mentioned in the Foundations of Leninism from 1924, where Stalin observes that the national question was thereby transformed from a particular and internal state problem into a general and international problem, into a world problem of the liberation of the oppressed peoples in the dependent countries and colonies from the yoke of imperialism. Attacking the rear of capitalist imperialism. The key is capitalist imperialism. Communists make that their target, thereby connecting the various aspects of capitalist exploitation and uniting the proletarian movement and anti-colonial national liberation movements into a common front. In particular, capitalism relies on the colonies for food and fuel, raw material for industry, markets to sell the items produced, and labor power. Thus, capitalist imperialism depends upon, here Stalin uses a favored military metaphor, the rear of the colonies for the war waged at the front. It follows that communist parties must attack both front and rear. The colonies cannot be liberated without the overthrow of capitalism. So also, national liberation movements in the colonies challenge the rule of capital. Without such activity, the victory of any proletarian revolution is never entirely secure. A few years later, in the international character of the October Revolution of 1927, Stalin took the argument a step further with immense implications. In this piece, he begins by arguing that revolutionary anti-colonial struggles for national liberation also happened in Russia. He has in mind the minority nationalities who were liberated from internal Tsarist colonialism as a result of the October Revolution. Without landlords and capitalists to oppress these nationalities, they too were freed, in a way similar to the proletariat and the peasantry. While the core position of the leadership and example of the proletarian revolution is maintained, the new note here is that the vast territories of Russia, too, entailed a significant colonization in the process of expansion across the Eurasian landmass. The next part of the argument is thoroughly dialectical. Anti-colonial national liberation can be achieved only through internationalism, or what we may call communist globalization. Stalin observes that it is a characteristic feature of the October Revolution that it accompanied these national colonial revolutions in the USSR, not in the name of nationalism, but in the name of internationalism. A new type of global revolution, concrete support for anti-colonial struggles. These significant theoretical developments did not simply spring from Stalin's head, for they were reflections upon concrete developments. As the decades of the 20th century unfolded, the Soviet Union became directly involved in anti-colonial struggles around the world. This assistance took many forms, such as educational opportunities and scholarships for students to come to the Soviet Union for studies, weapons and military advice for the armed struggles against colonial powers, scientific and technological assistance to recently liberated countries that were seeking to rebuild their industrial base and protect themselves with up-to-date weaponry, advocacy in the United Nations for newly liberated countries to be admitted to membership, and promoting resolutions such as the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to colonial countries and peoples, and much more. True, at times such assistance caused friction, especially when the Comintern sought to impose its will on communist parties elsewhere engaged in direct struggle, as happened in China. And the colonizing powers waged an immense struggle so as to keep their colonies, or at least, after liberation, to maintain influence. But it can be said that the spate of successful anti-colonial liberation struggles across Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Pacific would not have been so successful without the Soviet Union's support. In assessing these developments, a number of questions arise. To begin with, these high levels of assistance were a practical necessity. While the Soviet Union remained the world's only socialist country, it would always be the target of imperialist efforts to overthrow Soviet power. In some respects, the ultimate fate of the Soviet Union itself depended on revolutionizing the remote rear of imperialism through the support of anti-colonial struggles. Second, both the concrete support and theoretical insight concerning the anti-colonial struggles may be understood as an unexpected development of global revolution itself. The Bolsheviks had hoped that once the weakest link in the capitalist chain was broken, other links would follow. They initially looked westward, to Europe, where the social and economic cost of war was high, social unrest widespread, and genuine possibilities for the revolutionary seizure of power existed in countries such as Germany and Austria-Hungary. It was not to be. But it was particularly Stalin and his circle who began to urge communities to look east, to anti-colonial struggles for liberation. Here lay real potential for the global revolution which was to be realized in East Asia. Thus, the Soviet Union, along with other socialist movements, should support, resolutely and actively support, the national liberation movement of the oppressed and dependent peoples, and with a characteristic biblical allusion, quote, "In the past, the oppressed and downtrodden slaves of the vast Roman Empire regarded Christianity as a rock of salvation. We are now reaching the point where socialism may serve, and is already beginning to serve, as the banner of liberation for the millions who inhabit the vast colonial states of imperialism." End quote. Third, the explicit connection between the October Revolution and anti-colonial struggles for national liberation was a confirmation, based on concrete practice, of the insistence by Marx and Engels that the class struggle and anti-colonial struggles are closely connected. The connection arose in the Soviet Union via an unexpected path, as I have mapped out in this chapter, but this is to be expected since Marx and Engels had no concrete experience of socialism in power, while the Bolsheviks did have such experience. The remarkable fact is that the result via debates on the national question, preferential policies for minority nationalities, and the very structures of socialist governance confirmed the initial impetus from Marx and Engels. As Stalin observed, the existence of socialism is inconceivable without the liberation of the oppressed nations, without national freedom, since they are two sides of one and the same process of liberating the working people from imperialist bondage. Conclusion: on the right to secession and self-determination. To sum up, in explaining how the multinational state of the Soviet Union developed, I have focused on nationalities as a question that not only shaped the very structures of socialist governance in the Soviet Union, but also led to a new understanding of the global revolution in terms of anti-colonial struggles for national liberation. After providing some background to debates at the turn of the 20th century, I dealt with the dialectical argument in Stalin's deeply influential text, Marxism and the National Question, where he argues that the unifying and international category of class provides the basis for an even greater diversity of nationalities. From here, I focused on the development of the world's first comprehensive preferential policies for minority nationalities and the lasting effect on the structures of governance in socialist countries. Finally, I dealt with the theoretical and practical insight that this internal policy and approach to governance in the Soviet Union had implications for international struggles, specifically in terms of fostering and supporting for anti-colonial struggles for national liberation in the rear of capitalist imperialism. It was indeed an experiment without parallel hitherto in the world. But there was a particular feature of the preferential policies for minority nationalities that created a time bomb for the Soviet Union: the right to secession. This was connected with the right to self-determination, but the connection would turn out to be a mistake. Let us begin with the right to secession by any union, state, or autonomous republic, which was an article in all of the three constitutions of 1924, 1936, and 1977. The development of this problem goes back to some of the earliest debates among the Bolsheviks concerning the national question and their opposition to Tsarist policies of assimilation in the vast Roman Empire. As an alternative, the Bolsheviks promoted the right to secession, although this had begun to create some hesitations, as Lenin acknowledged, quote, "We are in favor of autonomy for all parts. We are in favor of the right to secession, and not in favor of everyone's seceding. Autonomy is our plan for organizing a democratic state. Secession is not what we plan at all. We do not advocate secession in general. We are opposed to secession." End quote. Lenin seems caught here. While including the right to secession within the framework of advocating autonomy for nationalities, the actual exercise of this right is not to be encouraged. Instead, it was felt that the force of voluntary attraction of the new project of socialist construction would be sufficient. Footnote. Note also, quote, "Thus, from the breakdown of the old imperialist unity, through independent Soviet republics, the peoples of Russia are coming to a new voluntary and fraternal unity." End of footnote. Indeed, the concept of voluntary attraction was promoted assiduously, appearing already in the prior constitution of the RSFSR. Is this enough? Perhaps, if one includes a series of significant safeguards. It was not to be. By the time the Soviet Union was dissolving through lack of unity in the Communist Party, ideological disarray, and the rise of opportunists into leadership positions, the right to secession was invoked by a number of Union states, autonomous republics, to become the countries they are today. During the revolutionary turmoil of 1917, Lenin did try to develop a more dialectical approach. The more democratic the Russian Republic and the more successfully it organizes itself into a republic of Soviets of workers and peasants deputies, the more powerful will be the force of voluntary attraction to such a republic on the part of the working people of all nations. In other words, greater unity is not achieved so much through secession and then willingly rejoining, but precisely through increased autonomy. Even this effort would turn out not to be enough, so that during the instability brought about by the policies of glasnost and perestroika, in the 1980s, autonomous republics with minority nationalities beginning to seek and indeed declaring, aided and abetted by capitalist imperialist powers, secession from the Soviet Union. However, the national question has by no means disappeared, for it has continued to be a problem within these newly minted countries. Each has multiple nationalities, and the process of trying to form a state has in some cases stumbled and disintegrated precisely because of a failure to resolve the national question. Earlier I mentioned that the Bolsheviks connected secession with self-determination. Although the connection may seem obvious, it is by no means necessary. Thus, the Soviet Union was a staunch advocate and vigorous supporter of the right to self-determination by colonial peoples and countries. This right meant that they should and could throw off the colonial yoke and manage their own affairs. Is this the same as secession in the sense that it is a secession from a colonizing power? Not necessarily. Let us consider the problem in this way. In the 1950s, the Soviet Union initially proposed in the United Nations the brief but sharp Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries and Peoples. The proposal was taken up by African and Asian states, and when the critical mass of newly decolonized countries in the United Nations had been achieved, it was approved by the UN General Assembly in 1960. Of importance here is the stipulation of territorial integrity. Any attempt aimed at the partial or total disruption of the national unity and the territorial integrity of a country is incompatible with the purposes and principles of the Charter of the United Nations. Clearly, the self-determination of formerly colonized countries is crucial, but so also is territorial integrity. Why? Colonized countries had experienced too often the arbitrary carving up of their countries by imperialist powers, the fostering of secession movements, and so on. For example, in the last days of British colonial control over Hong Kong, the imperialist governor tried to foster the independence of Hong Kong from the Chinese mainland. The effort turned out to be futile, as we will see in Chapter 10, but it was clearly an imperialist effort to use Hong Kong once again as a lever to destabilize China. It should be no surprise that China does not include the right to secession in its constitution and governance structures. Indeed, instead, China's approach is more fully dialectical. It is precisely through enhanced autonomy of minority nationalities that greater unity, and thus strength of the country, is achieved. End of Chapter 5. Socialism in Power by Roland BOER. Chapter 6. Democracy and a Socialist State. Opening remarks. The main concern of this chapter is to examine how some core components of socialist democracy were developed in the Soviet Union, especially in the 1920s and 1930s. This analysis requires a preliminary assessment of Stalin's contribution to the dictatorship of the proletariat, in which he largely followed Lenin. The longest part of the chapter concerns socialist democracy, and I distinguish between four components. The first is electoral democracy, with a focus on the campaign surrounding the 1936 Constitution to promote universal, multi-candidate, contested elections to the many levels of Soviets, from the local to the Supreme Soviet. In assessing the successes and failures of the campaign, I identified two principles that emerged and which would have a lasting influence. Non-politicized elections based on merit and the supervisory role of electoral democracy. The second component is consultative democracy, which was in many respects the major contribution from the Soviet Union to socialist governance. Here, I examined the practices of participatory democracy practices in factories, the armed forces, and the countryside through the all-important primary party organizations, PPOs. These emerged through the party-building exercise after the counter-revolutionary Civil War and achieved maturation through some of the most tumultuous phases of socialist construction. A third component concerns some steps in developing a Marxist approach to human rights, specifically in terms of the right to freedom from exploitation, socioeconomic well-being, and the proactive nature of rights. The fourth component concerns a reality that emerged through historical experience. Any viable socialist democracy requires the leadership of the Communist Party. This reality raised considerable questions concerning ongoing legitimacy, moving from the historical legitimacy of winning power through a proletarian revolution to the practical legitimacy of socialist governance. The final section draws together all of the material in this and the previous chapter to see what is meant by a socialist state. I focus in particular on Stalin's report to the party's 18th Congress in 1939, where he identifies a second stage of socialist construction and the nature of what is clearly identified as a socialist state after the basic features of a socialist system had been established. This increasing usage of socialist state leads to a contradiction. At the very same time, it was becoming clearer that the distinction between state and society was blurring, or indeed withering away. The organs of governance through the Communist Party were increasingly standing in the midst of society, as Engels had already stipulated. Dictatorship of the proletariat. Before dealing substantively with socialist democracy, a few brief observations of the dictatorship of the proletariat are in order. In the chapter on Lenin, we saw that the Marxist staple of the dictatorship of the proletariat became a distinguishing feature of the early days of Soviet power. While the counter-revolutionary Civil War had obliterated the former landlord and ruling class, the proletarian dictatorship became more closely associated with the iron discipline of class-conscious workers, who were to bring the remaining workers and peasants along the socialist road. At the same time, the dictatorship of the proletariat was inescapably associated with the emerging forms of substantive worker democracy. This was a concrete realization of Engels' emphasis on the role of socialist Gewalt, the equation of the Paris Commune with the proletarian dictatorship, and the focus on administering the stuff of life for the true interests of society. By and large, Stalin followed Lenin on the question of proletarian dictatorship. Footnote, those familiar with the interminable and futile debates among Western Marxists may be thinking of the charge leveled at Stalin concerning the dictatorship of the party. This was actually a topic of considerable debate within the Communist Party in the second half of the 1920s, with the constantly changing factional groupings charging the Central Committee with such a dictatorship. It is worth noting, for those not familiar with the material, that Stalin went to great lengths to explain that the dictatorship of the proletariat entailed the close bond between party and proletariat and peasantry, and that the strength of this bond determined the strength of the dictatorship, and he was even more painstaking in his efforts to refute the charge concerning dictatorship by the party. End of footnote. Thus, it is through the intensification of the proletarian dictatorship that democracy and freedom arise. Similarly, the proletarian dictatorship is the foundation for equality between and the rights of minority nationalities. We have seen in the previous chapter how it was proposed that Soviet power was the only way to solve the national question. So there is no need to elaborate here further. End of footnote. As Stalin puts it, if there is no such dictatorship, our country cannot be free and independent. How does this intensification work? The stronger the power, the stronger is the freedom, democracy, and indeed, national liberation. Stalin is not one to avoid the hard truth, especially in light of revolutionary struggle and the counter-revolutionary civil war. Establishing power requires violence at times, specifically for the purpose of expropriating and smashing the capitalists and landlords. In this sense, Stalin's approach is no different from that of Engels. The exercise of socialist Gewalt is the condition for freedom, democracy, and independence. Stalin also followed Lenin, at least in the 1920s, in seeing the dictatorship of the proletariat as a defining feature of what Lenin already called the proletarian state and the socialist state. For example, in his Foundations of Leninism, Stalin stressed that, by embracing all workers and peasants, Soviet power was the strongest and the only form of the state, a new type of state that could secure victory. Footnote. Note also, our state is the organization of the proletarian class as the state power. End of footnote. At the same time, Stalin always emphasized that the proletarian dictatorship is by no means a permanent reality, but should be seen as transitional. It is not an end in itself, but a means, a way of achieving socialism. By the 1920s, the Communist Party had rapidly gained experience in what the transitional phase actually entailed, the seizure of the machinery of state and the means of production so as to dispossess, defeat, and crush the bourgeoisie. Dispossession as the prerequisite for socialist construction, which meant class violence as a path to peace, and it would provide the conditions for the eventual realization of communism. I would like to emphasize the transitional nature of the proletarian dictatorship. The reader will have noticed that all of the references in this brief section are to the 1920s, during a time when Stalin was heavily engaged in defining Lenin's legacy as Leninism, which would later become Marxism-Leninism. Despite his initial observations in the 1920s that the proletarian dictatorship would last for quite a while, by the 1930s the terminology began to drop out of public discussion and reflection. True, the second article of the 1936 Constitution does mention the dictatorship of the proletariat, but it does so in more historical terms, as a stage after the October Revolution. More significantly, Stalin's reflections on the Constitution in reply to criticisms that it had either been abandoned or was enhanced imply a sublation offenbung of the proletarian dictatorship in light of the further development of socialism. In other words, it underlies the new realities of socialist governance, but has been qualitatively transformed or even transcended by what was called a socialist state. Socialist democracy. We now turn to the most substantial section of the chapter, which concerns the practice and theory of socialist democracy. I will deploy a crucial distinction: electoral and consultative democracy. The two are both distinct and mutually reinforcing. We may add grassroots democracy to the consultative form, and there are further components, such as Marxist human rights and the inescapable leadership of the Communist Party. I will deal with these components in the material that follows, but let us consider to the distinction between electoral and consultative democracy. I have drawn the distinction from Chinese scholarship, and use it here so as to deploy a consistent terminology in the remainder of the book. This will enable me to assess the consistencies of socialist governance in its many manifestations, the problems and shortfalls, and the significant developments from the early years of the Soviet Union to the present day in other socialist countries. As I make use of the distinction between electoral and consultative democracy, a number of points need to be kept in mind. First, the interaction of electoral and consultative democracy reminds us of the fact that the Western liberal tradition restricts democracy to periodic elections. This is a terribly thin notion of democracy and distorts what the term itself means. Second, as we shall see, the Soviet Union would make a greater contribution to consultative democracy rather than electoral democracy. Third, it also took some significant steps in the development of a Marxist approach to human rights. And fourth, the historical experience of governing the world's first socialist country made it abundantly clear that any form of viable socialist governance needs the leadership of the Communist Party. Electoral democracy. Due to a number of factors, the Soviet Union came to place the greatest emphasis on consultative democracy rather than electoral democracy. To understand why, we need to address the background to this relative lack of emphasis on electoral democracy especially in light of the campaign of the 1930s to promote multi-candidate universal elections with secret ballots. In terms of background, Lenin had preferred a definition of democracy that was participatory and consultative rather than one simply based on elections. Citizens would participate and supervise all the way from the workplace to the organs of governance. Based on his interpretation of the Paris Commune, there would be elections as well as the right to recall. But this was seen as a feature of participatory supervision rather than a definition of democracy per se. Indeed, Lenin frequently lambasted the deceptions and emptiness of bourgeois parliamentary democracy, with its singular focus on elections, which functioned not merely to conceal but to further the control of capitalist bosses. In other words, such democracy and its supposed freedoms was a dictatorship of the small community of the free over the vast majority of those who are unfree. This criticism of elections and the ballot box was exacerbated by the sharp differences that emerged between Lenin and Karl Kautsky, with the latter dismissing Soviet power as undemocratic and Lenin replying that Kautsky had retreated to a non-revolutionary position that relied on the party's success in the bourgeois electoral system. A further background factor is that the historical path of the first years of Soviet power were certainly not conducive to instituting electoral democracy. The party needed iron discipline to stave off collapse due to war, food shortages, internal sabotage, and then the brutal counter-revolutionary civil war. Electoral democracy was clearly off the agenda. In fact, the conditions favored and indeed consolidated participatory consultative democracy. Primary party organizations, PPOs, were critical for ensuring the initial revolutionary success and the establishment of Soviet power, and for dealing with the multiple challenges of the early years. Further, a key factor in the success of the Red Army was the ability to mobilize significant numbers of peasants in the white areas on the side of the communists, since the peasants were hardly going to support forces that would reinstate former patterns of oppression and exploitation. By the time the Communist Party was emerging from all of these struggles in the early 1920s, it would launch the controversial NEP to enable some rudimentary economic recovery before turning to the massive socialist offensive in the late 1920s. This extraordinary and disruptive effort, carried out at a Bolshevik tempo, turned the Soviet Union into an industrialized economic powerhouse. It was only after all these hard-won achievements that some stability was at last felt and electoral democracy could be reconsidered. Footnote: the following draws primarily on Zhukov 2003 and Kokosalakis 2020. One may also consult Lom's 2018 study, which draws on archival materials from the Kirov region and the extensive participation of collective farmers in the massive countrywide discussions over the draft constitution. End of footnote. The initial signal came at the party's 17th Congress in 1934, which noted not merely the achievements of the last few years, but also directed attention to the political tasks ahead. Proposals concerning socialist democracy were initially debated within the Politburo in January 1935, and articles began appearing in leading journals addressing directly the topic of Soviet democracy. By June 1935, a constitutional drafting committee was established. The committee produced 5 drafts, all of them painstakingly checked by Stalin, before a final draft was made available for public discussion in June 1936. The final constitution would stipulate in its 11th chapter that all levels of Soviets, from the supreme to the district, city, and rural, would be chosen by the electors on the basis of universal, direct, and equal suffrage by secret ballot. The subsequent articles in this chapter spell out what each of these terms meant in practice, including the process of nominating candidates who would come from public organizations and societies of working people, Communist Party organizations, trade unions, cooperatives, youth organizations, and cultural societies. The idea of direct and multi-candidate elections to all bodies was initially made public in the first months of 1936, especially by Stalin in an interview with Roy Howard in March, see more below, of that year, and was then pressed further at a Central Committee plenum in June of 1936, where it met with little overt support. Even more, the public debate around specifically this measure before its final adoption was immense. Footnote: as Kokosalakis observes, there was relatively little debate concerning Article 126, which specified for the first time that the most active and politically most conscious citizens in the ranks of the working class and other sections of the working people unite in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Bolsheviks, which functions as the vanguard of all workers who seek to strengthen and develop the socialist system, and as the leading core of all workers' organizations. End of footnote. Multiple articles in leading magazines and newspapers were published, and there were countless public meetings around the country. This effort was not a smokescreen for the increasing campaign for party discipline, which would explode with the purges and trials of 1937 and 1938. Instead, all of the evidence points to the fact that Stalin and those close to him were resiliently dedicated to the electoral reforms. Stiff resistance there was, especially within the party, from those who stood most to lose, and this was one significant factor that led to restricting non-party candidates to 20 to 25%, and eventually the practice of having single-party endorsed candidates for elections. The other major factor was Hitler's invasion in 1941 and the Soviet Union's entry into the European theater of war. Many were the vectors that came together at this time. As the careful study by Kokosalakis shows, there were tensions in the workplace, with PPOs putting increasing pressure on managers in light of drives to greater efficiency and productivity, Stakhanovism. The effort to tighten party discipline had revealed shocking laxness, especially in regional areas. The campaign for electoral democracy had emboldened anti-communist elements to cause trouble for Soviet power through the elections. The international situation was worsening in light of Hitler's effort to construct an anti-communist coalition, and the violent storm of trials and purges of 1937 to 1938 was about to be unleashed against internal and externally sponsored wreckers. Of most interest here are two principles of electoral democracy that emerged from the maelstrom of events: merit and democratic supervision. These were most clearly expressed in two pieces by Stalin, one in the interview with Roy Howard in March 1936, and the other in his reply to debates at the Central Committee plenum of February to March 1937. The contexts of these two texts are distinct, one an interview with an international correspondent and the other in reply to the skeptics in the Central Committee concerning elections, but the points are consistent. First, merit, which has two dimensions: the political principle, asking whether those workers chosen are worthy of political confidence, and the business principle, in the sense the people elected should be fit for such and such a job. In the address to the Central Committee plenum, Stalin points out that elections based on competence or merits would be a way to break up the corrupt fiefdoms of local party officials. However, there is a far deeper issue. If elections are based on merit, they are no longer politicized. This measure harks back to Marx's observation concerning the need for non-politicized elections in a socialist system. To recall the logic, since a socialist system is not characterized by class struggle and thus antagonistic political parties, elections would not have the antagonistic nature found in capitalist democracy. This is precisely the point Stalin makes in his reply to Howard. We have no contending parties any more than we have a capitalist class contending against a working class which is exploited by the capitalists. How then can one have an election contest? To begin with, candidates will be put forward not only by the Communist Party, but by all sorts of public non-party organizations, of which there were hundreds. We may add here that elections would be competitive due to the relative merit of the candidates. This is clearly a step further than Marx's initial suggestions. For Stalin, in competitive elections, the candidate most qualified in terms of political and administrative merit should be elected. This is the major first step in defining the nature of elections in a socialist system. The second concerns democratic supervision. As Stalin observes to Howard, there would be very lively election campaigns. Why? Not a few institutions work badly where a local governing body has failed to provide for the multifarious and growing requirements of the toilers of town and country. Stalin looks forward to the types of questions that will be asked. Have you built a good school or not? Improved housing conditions? Helped to make our labor more effective and our lives more cultured? Focused on numerous acute and practical problems, elections would tighten up the many institutions and organizations so that they would improve their work. This is not merely seen as an effective anti-corruption mechanism, but is also the democratic role of criticism and self-criticism at work. In his reply to the Central Committee plenum, Stalin frames the question of democratic supervision in terms of testing workers in responsible positions by assessing and verifying the concrete results of their work. It is one thing for such testing and verification to be undertaken from above by higher levels in the party, but this is by no means sufficient. What is needed is the test from below. When the masses assess the achievements and failures of their leaders, then the masses draw attention to their mistakes and indicate the way in which these mistakes may be rectified. For Stalin, this sort of testing is one of the most effective methods of testing people. He compares this process to the practice of democratic centralism in the party, where the right to nominate candidates and object to them is practiced, where secret ballots and the freedom to criticize and indeed self-criticize are the reality. So also with the masses who have the opportunity at meetings and conferences to hear reports from their leaders in the workplace, trade unions, and other bodies, and openly criticize the work of these leaders and propose ways for improvement. The party may have the task of teaching the masses, but it must also learn from the masses. The importance of these two principles should not be underestimated. The practice of non-politicized elections based on merit, which develops the initial principle proposed by Marx and Engels, and the crucial role of democratic supervision through elections. We should also note here an initial effort to extend the party's internal mechanism of democratic centralism to countrywide governance. Stalin speaks of multiple candidates, secret ballots, and public criticism. These two should be practiced countrywide in elections to the government bodies through universal, equal, and direct and secret suffrage. It would take far more practice and theoretical elaboration well beyond the time of the Soviet Union to find a solution to countrywide democratic centralism, but the two principles of merit as the basis for election to office and democratic supervision would become mainstays of socialist governance. The drive for electoral democracy did not long live up to its lofty aims, with the most embarrassing retreat being from multi-candidate contested elections to single-candidate elections. At the same time, there was an even greater effort to ensure democratic accountability through elections internal to the party. These long-lasting moves are reflected in the comprehensive revisions to the party rules proposed by Zhdanov at the 18th Congress in 1939. Earlier drafts of the rules were discussed widely at grassroots meetings and in pre-Congress publications, and were ratified in final form at the Congress. As for countrywide electoral democracy, it would fall to other socialist countries to develop this feature much further. As they did so, they took up and developed the two principles of non-politicized elections based on merit and democratic supervision, which is vital for the long-term legitimacy of the Communist Party. Consultative democracy. Far more significant than the faltering efforts at electoral democracy was the major contribution made by the Soviet Union to consultative democracy. As we have seen in the chapter on Lenin, already in the years of early Soviet power, there were significant developments in the workplace in what is variously called party activism and worker democracy. As indicated above, I use the terminology of consultative democracy for the sake of consistency with later chapters on the DPRK and China. Consultative democracy was realized through the all-important primary party organizations in city workplaces, the countryside, and in the armed forces. Made up of common people far from the centers of power, the PPOs were seen as the vanguard of the party's socialist transformation. And they did so through myriad meetings and campaigns. These PPOs were also significant for the multi-layered enmeshment of the Communist Party within society, which led to a distinct blurring of the lines between state and society, and indeed the beginnings of governance standing in the midst of society. In this section, I will summarize the breakthrough archival work of Ioannis Kokosalakis, who is the first to focus on the party's grassroots and their active engagement from the earliest days. Footnote: a somewhat different study focused on rural engagement with consultative democracy, my term, but not in the frame of Communist Party grassroots, may be found in Loam, 2018. End of footnote. The grassroots organizations manifested in PPOs provided vital support for party policies and mobilizations, while at the same time supervising its implementation through processes of robust criticism, usually of managerial slackness, and alternative suggestions. Herein lay a contradiction that needed to be handled carefully. The party grassroots moved politically closer to the leadership the more they disorganized policy implementation by getting involved in it. The major focus of Kokosalakis' study is the Red Potolovite machine-building plant in Leningrad, which was a massive factory that in many ways set the pace for Soviet industrial technology. It was as capable of producing tractors and farm equipment in the drive to agricultural mechanization as it was of producing tanks and military equipment when required. The factory's huge party branch, or PPO, consistently had more than 1,000 members throughout the 1920s and 1930s. Kokosalakis' enthralling study of the factory's PPO takes us through some of the most tumultuous phases of the early years of socialist construction. It begins with the initial efforts after the counter-revolutionary Civil War to rebuild the party, the NEP project of the 1920s that sought to get some legs under the devastated economy. The socialist offensive launched with the first five-year plan in 1929, the educational and cultural revolution of the 1930s, the effort to promote electoral democracy, see above, which was coterminous with the massive and violent purge in the later 1930s, and the final phase of consolidation as preparations were made for defending the Soviet Union from invasion. Throughout these extraordinary years, the PPOs were not only vital for the party's deep integration with the working masses, but also underwent a process of maturation to become an established feature of all socialist democratic systems since. Kokosalakis emphasizes that the leadership in the Central Committee always recognized and fostered the role of PPOs, although it was not always a smooth relationship. Let us follow the story in a little more detail. I have addressed the initial phase from 1921 in the chapter in Lenin, so there is no need to repeat that material here. However, I do want to emphasize certain features pertinent to consultative democracy. This was a period of rebuilding the party and of reconnecting with workers, which was enabled through a purge of membership and then a massive membership drive. Many were the new recruits, more than doubling the party's membership, and many were the problems that arose from such growth. It is no surprise that what has come to be known as party building became a key concern. The main period is from the party's 10th Congress in 1921 to Stalin's lectures on Leninism in 1924. During this time, we find the contours of party building emerging, with membership drives, purges when needed, discipline, democracy, and ideological education of an active membership. It is precisely this experience that has left an indelible mark on the communist movement since, with party building becoming the final and in many ways most important item at all national congresses. Yet this was not merely a party concern, for the whole purpose of party building was for the party, always a minority among any population, to gain the trust of the masses by being aware of people's needs and working out policies that addressed these needs. The outcome of this initial effort at party building was that the party was transformed from a collection of isolated and often demoralized groups of communists at the time of the conclusion to the counter-revolutionary Civil War into genuine mass organizations that were woven into the many layers of working life and thus society. New contradictions arose, particularly in light of the NEP, which generated simmering social tensions and worker disgruntlement at the NEP man and Kulak, who became prominent during this time. It was precisely this dissatisfaction, manifested again and again at the party's grassroots workplace meetings, that was leveraged by the new opposition and united opposition in their challenges to the party over the NEP. In the new opposition of 1925 to 1926, Zinoviev was able to draw on his significant Leningrad base, and the delegation of experienced hands sent to deal with the problem had to deploy tactics from the old communist toolbox to win the PPOs back to the Central Committee's position. The whole experience made it clear that the party's grassroots had become a crucial institutional space, but that they also needed much further education and training in the party so as to be effective. This education was to raise the political astuteness of the many new rank-and-file members so that they could participate actively in public affairs and strengthen the crucial links with the broader masses. By the time of the united opposition of 1926 to 1927, Zinoviev, Trotsky, Kamenev, the struggle was less intense, and the opposition gained relatively little traction in the PPOs in Leningrad, which were generally unimpressed and condemned their moves. The maturation of the grassroots PPOs was revealed during the Socialist Offensive from 1929, when party activists began to anticipate rather than respond to policy directions. The massive effort at industrialization and collectivization of agriculture was a root and branch revolution in socio-economic life, leading to a complete transformation of the working class at the base of the party. Now, the PPOs became a vital mediating factor in the myriad social tensions produced by the breakneck speed of transformation. The workplace became red as never before, managerial staff were held accountable through penetrating critical assessment, and the rank and file became a vital source of critically constructive proposals for dealing with the many problems generated by such rapid transformation. Pugnacious was the political culture, and in the process the PPOs consolidated their role as stalwarts of Central Committee policies, becoming more united and organizationally competent. On top of all of this, we find the massive project of cultural revolution of the 1930s, which sought to raise the educational and cultural level of workers and the whole of society. Kokosalakis shows how the initially ambitious plans met reality in the mid-1930s. Workers were indeed interested in educational and cultural improvement, but the hard factory work and existing party duties meant that they engaged with issues that were immediately relevant. For example, a major concern was clean and efficient canteens in the workplace. The reason? During periods of food scarcity, the canteens were the only source of nutritious food for workers. Further, concomitant to the effort to recover and transform some traditional Russian cultural values, we find that educational and cultural development took a more realistic approach, focusing on longer-term goals that would fit within already busy and exhausting work rosters. That said, by the second half of the 1930s, considerable real progress had been made, ranging from regular home visits, dealing with a range of domestic, ethical, and political matters, through well-attended sessions on the deeper questions of Marxist theory, to picking up the lag in providing schools for children, upgraded dormitories, and the like. The next phase concerns the campaign for electoral democracy of the later 1930s, and its associated purge of 1937 to 1938. Since I have dealt with this material above, there is no need to repeat that material here, save to point out that PPOs were at the forefront in denouncing the wreckers and actually had to be restrained by the later months of 1938. The mass repressions of 1937 to 1938 were, as I have noted, the last time a violent purge of this scale was undertaken. In the period that followed, still understudied, the party was able to begin to move towards the stability of practical legitimacy. During this time, the discipline needed for a substantial shift so as to prepare for defending the Soviet Union against invasion, and the well-established practices of consultative democracy were not seen in opposition to one another, but rather as complementary. Although we have no reason to doubt the urgency with which the party leadership approached the task of putting industry on a war footing, it never seemed to think of party activism as being counterproductive to this goal. At the same time, there was a shift to stability in party affairs and the country as a whole. New party rules were widely debated and adopted at the 18th Congress of 1939. Not only did they emphasize the role of inter-party democracy as a supervisory mechanism, but they also stipulated that wholesale purges were of the past and that the anti-corruption campaigns, reviews of personal conduct, accountability checks, and whistleblowing were to be institutionalized as regular party practices. These practices had already been a reality in the grassroots PPOs. So the formalization in the new party rules functioned as a recognition of such practices. It was, in short, a signal not of retreat for the sake of preparation for war, but institutional maturation. By now, grassroots engagement was such an inescapable feature of party life and Soviet power that they became the main conduits for policy and engagement. In other words, consultative democracy had at last become a core feature of socialist governance. War may have been looming, to which the Soviet Union gave its all in the defeat of fascism, but the reality of consultative democracy was here to stay. Human rights. It is perhaps less known than it should be that there was also human rights progress developing in what has become known today as the Marxist tradition of human rights. A little background. While Marx and Engels were quite scathing of the bourgeois rights of man, pointing out that they are inescapably connected with the bourgeois right to private property and the related right to inheritance, we also find the beginnings of a distinctly different approach to human rights. Its prehistory can already be found in Hegel's positive right, or material rights, manifested in terms of self-preservation, subsistence, freedom from want, work, and life itself. But it would fall to Engels to stipulate the core principle of a Marxist approach in an earlier work that fed into the Communist Manifesto. Question 17. What will be your first measure once you have established democracy? Answer. Guaranteeing the subsistence of the proletariat. Over time, this key point would be articulated in terms of the proletariat movement's activism revolution and an ensuing socialist system that would focus on managing production and watching over the true interests of society. In light of this background, the next major step in developing a Marxist approach to human rights took place in the context of the Soviet Union's 1936 Constitution, in which multiple rights were clearly stipulated. In his reflections on the Constitution, Stalin contrasts the situation in the Soviet Union with bourgeois or capitalist democracies. What is missing from the latter form of democracy and its constitutions, he argues, is an emphasis on freedom from economic exploitation. There cannot be real equality between employer and workman, between landlord and peasant, if the former possess wealth and political weight in society, while the latter are deprived of both, if the former are exploiters while the latter are exploited. Similarly, in his interview with Roy Howard, Stalin observed, "It is difficult for me to imagine what personal liberty is enjoyed by an unemployed person who goes about hungry and cannot find employment. Real liberty exists when there is no exploitation and oppression, when a person is not haunted by the fear of being tomorrow deprived of work, of home, and of bread." This is precisely what socialism emphasizes: freedom from economic exploitation, or socio-economic well-being. Further, Stalin distinguishes between formal and proactive rights, or between abstract and exercised rights. Formal and abstract rights are found in bourgeois constitutions, which simply state the limited rights in question, civil and political freedoms, without stipulating the more basic question of the conditions, opportunities, and means for exercising these rights. The outcome is that the civil and political rights characteristic of bourgeois democracy appear in merely formal or abstract statements. By contrast, socialist rights are proactive and exercised, precisely because they are based on freedom from economic exploitation. With this foundation, the rights in question can be enacted and ensured. The significance of the constitutional context for the development of Marxist human rights is that such rights began to be seen as an important component of socialist governance. In one respect, this emphasis was a reply to the formal and abstract rights of capitalist states, but the development of the Marxist tradition was due more to internal dynamics. As socialist governance began to mature, it became clear that the human right to subsistence, to socio-economic well-being, indeed to common prosperity, is a core right in the Marxist tradition. Leadership of the Communist Party. A further contribution concerns the organic leadership of the Communist Party, moving beyond Lenin's initial formulations of a highly disciplined vanguard that would guide and include the vast majority on the road to socialism. To the question of the party's leadership, Stalin devoted considerable energy and developed a dialectic of from below and from above, of the organic connection between the party and the masses that was constantly on guard against separation or divorce. Footnote. This relation should not be seen in terms of a typically Western either-or, but rather as the both and of dialectical engagement. As Lenin already observed in 1917, it was necessary to begin simultaneously from above and from below. And as Stalin put it in relation to the socialist offensive of the 1930s, the distinguishing feature of this revolution is that it was accomplished from above and directly supported from below. End of footnote. The key text here is The Foundations of Leninism, which concluded an immensely creative period that lay the groundwork for the future shape of party building. Footnote. See the first chapter of Kokosalakis for an insightful account of the process that began with the resolution on the question of party building at the 10th Congress of February 1921 and concluded with Stalin's lectures. End of footnote. Stalin draws from and then develops Lenin's thought through 6 theses concerning the nature of the Communist Party, which are 1. An advanced detachment of the working class, 2. An organized detachment, 3. The highest form of class organization of the proletariat, 4. An instrument of the dictatorship of the proletariat, 5. The embodiment of the unity of will that is incompatible with factions, 6. Strong precisely because it purges opportunist elements. Let me emphasize here that the party is an advanced and organized detachment of the working class. Of course, this is framed in Lenin's terminology of the vanguard, but it also goes a step further. The party, Stalin points out, is inescapably part of the working class, closely bound up with it by all the fibers of its being, existing only through this bond and the moral and political credit granted by the masses. Stalin stresses that the party is not an end to itself, not a self-sufficient force. By contrast, it is a weapon or instrument in the hands of the proletariat. In this light, socialist democracy means the close and organic bond between the party and the workers, peasants, and, from the 1930s, communist intellectuals. This emphasis places heavy demands on the party, which must always ensure prestige, respect, and moral capital among the non-party masses. Without such a connection, any democracy is worthless, and the party is doomed. In well-nigh Hegelian terms, the party is part of the class. It exists for the class, not for itself. Footnote. Many are the formulations of this bond between the party and the masses, with Stalin often deploying poetic and literary images. These include Antaeus, the ancient Greek god who was the child of Poseidon and Gaia, and who was invincible as long as he stayed in close touch with the earth that had suckled and reared him. Antaeus was defeated only when Hercules suspended him and prevented him from touching the earth. We also find metaphors such as the feelers that convey the will of the workers to the party, the spiritual threads, and transmission belts such as PPOs, trade unions, cooperatives, youth leagues, women, schools, and the press and the army that connect the party with the masses. I deal with this material in an earlier work, BOER 2017. End of footnote. As we have seen, there was a distinctive feature of the Soviet Union that was not followed by countries such as China and the DPRK, a singular political party. While this reality enhanced the need for and reflections upon the leadership of the Communist Party, it arose from the context of often bitter factional struggles within the party, the constantly changing groupings with ever-new names, from the time of Kamenev and Zinoviev to that of Trotsky, led after much patience to a firmer resolve to ensure party unity and its singular leadership. The problem was by no means solved in the 1930s, as Khrushchev's disastrous condemnation of Stalin in the 1950s and Gorbachev's opportunist rise to leadership in the 1980s attest. To sum up the contributions of the Soviet Union to the development of socialist democracy, first, we have seen that it did not live up to its plans and expectations for electoral democracy in the 1930s. Although Stalin did identify the crucial categories of merit and competence for non-politicized elections, as well as the supervisory role that elections would exercise, the more significant contribution was through consultative democracy, manifested in the consistent and core role of PPOs from the earliest days of Soviet power. This would come to be a consistent feature of socialist governance, manifested in the Chongsan-Ri method in the DPRK, and the many dimensions of consultative democracy as they have emerged from the mass line in China. The two other contributions to the developing tradition of socialist governance concerned the next steps in a Marxist approach to human rights, especially the core right to freedom from exploitation and the inescapable leadership of the Communist Party. Allow me to conclude this section with two quotations. The first is from Stalin, who described the Soviet Union as the most democratic of any country in the world, and the second, quote, When Stalin described the USSR as the most democratic country in the world, he was not only being honest, but also factually correct. This is because Stalin's concept of democracy was derived from the Marxist-Leninist ideological canon and therefore encompassed a variety of conditions not usually associated with the term in Western liberal thought, but present in the Soviet Union. End quote. A socialist state. We may now turn to the question of a socialist state, concerning which we face a contradiction. While the Soviet Union already began to experience what I have earlier called an unexpected withering of the state, in which the lines between state and society became quite blurred, there was at the same time an increasing usage of the terminology of a proletarian state and a socialist state. At the very same time, the Communist Party, especially through its PPOs, was instrumental in rendering the typical Western distinction between state and society unhelpful for understanding the Soviet Union. This is in line with Engels' emphasis on governance standing in the midst of society. How, then, do we reconcile this clear historical development with the increasing usage of socialist state? As we saw in the chapter on Engels, the definition of the state, as he had developed it, was as a separated public power alienated from and standing over society, while too many Western observers have been misled by the assumption that the Soviet Union was a state of this sort. A question remains: how did they understand the terminology of a socialist state? In the context of the relative economic and social stability at the end of the first 5-year plan, it was felt that the basic contours of a socialist system had been established. It had been a tumultuous process, as they felt their way forward for the first time in history, but the claim was not without its objective reality. Agriculture was now on a firm footing, and the vastly different landscape of an industrialized country was apparent to all. In light of these achievements and the sense that a socialist system was now secure, debates turned, as we have already seen, to matters of governance. I am interested here in the question of the state itself. Footnote: the material that follows is a substantial revision of some earlier material. End of footnote. Overcoming the dialectic of Saturn. 2 moments are significant, the first at a joint plenum of the Central Committee in 1933, and the second in a report to the party's 18th Congress in 1939. The initial topic of debate in both contexts is, tellingly, the withering away of the state. The immediate context of the 1933 joint plenum was the conclusion of the first 5-year plan, with early claims that socialism had been founded in all aspects of the economy. One would expect that capitalist elements had been eradicated, but let us not be hasty. Stalin warns in his report, for the moribund class, although defeated, have resorted to worming their way into the new forms of industry, agriculture, trade, and even government in order to sabotage the new project. This situation led him to argue for the intensification of class conflict, and in this light he offers this comment on the state's withering, quote, "The abolition of classes is not achieved by the extinction of the class struggle, but by its intensification. The state will wither away, not as a result of weakening the state power, but as a result of strengthening it to the utmost, which is necessary for finally crushing the remnants of the dying classes, and for organizing defense against the capitalist encirclement that is far from having been done away with as yet, and will not soon be done away with." End quote. Footnote: a year later, at the party's 17th Congress, Stalin summarizes these points. End of footnote. Stalin goes further, proposing that the state's strength is not merely the basis for its withering, but also that the growth of Soviet power intensifies the resistance of the last remnants of the dying classes. What are we to make of this text? In an earlier work, I attempted to frame this intensification of the dialectic in a theological frame, not unfamiliar to Stalin as an erstwhile theological student, as the intensification of evil when goodness becomes more apparent. This may have been helpful for thinking with and through Stalin on the question of a materialist doctrine of good and evil, but less so for the question of socialist governance. On that matter, I am now more persuaded by the argument of Domenico Lacerda, who speaks of the dialectic of Saturn. With reference to the myth of Saturn consuming his children, Lacerda means that a party that came to power through immense class conflict and a proletarian revolution struggled mightily to put this history behind it. From time to time, the party would once again be convulsed by immense struggles and not a little violence, framing the process in terms of the continuance and even intensification of class struggle. One is reminded here of Mao Zedong's putting aside or even forgetting in the tumultuous decade from the mid-1960s to the mid-1970s the significant insights concerning the management of non-antagonistic contradictions among the people and promoting class struggle in society and in the party as the primary contradictions. All of this would lead to the disruptive and chaotic leftist deviation of the Cultural Revolution, a second stage of socialism. While the Communist Party of China was able to overcome this dialectic of Saturn by the later 1970s, in the Soviet Union, we can see the process emerging at the party's 18th Congress in 1939. Of course, the Congress took place in the immediate aftermath of one of the more intense processes of internal struggle during the Purge and trials of 1937 to 1938. Perhaps it was precisely this experience, now with war underway elsewhere in Europe, that provided the context for Stalin's most significant reflections on the state and socialist governance. Relevant here are Stalin's deliberations, once again, on the state's withering. Now, it was widely agreed that a socialist system had been established and that the exploiting classes had been smashed. As a result of the socialist offensive and the purge of the last few years, some argued, why not give the state a push, enabling it to wither and become an exhibit, as Engels has suggested, in the Museum of Antiquities. Stalin replied by returning to Engels's well-known text on the state's dying away, arguing that at an abstract theoretical level Engels may have been correct in light of the circumstances in which he wrote. However, circumstances change, and Marxists should reinterpret the question of the state's withering in light of the altered situation. The relevant circumstances in 1939 included the reality of specific internal developments in the country and the international situation. Thus, class opponents, Stalin argued, had been obliterated within the Soviet Union, with the implication that his argument from 1933 concerning the intensification of class conflict was no longer relevant in relation to internal matters. Therefore, the new socialist state may be able to withdraw from the internal situation and wither away somewhat, and focus on administering the economy for the sake of the true interests of society. By contrast, the external situation had become dire. The long-anticipated conflict with international anti-communist forces was imminent. Enemies abounded, with capitalist encirclement, persistent interventions, and the ever-present threat of a fifth column. The class struggle may have finally been over internally, but the international class struggle between socialist and capitalist camps was as present as ever. In this situation, one could hardly expect the complete dismantling and withering away of the socialist state. As Van Ree points out, Stalin was realistic enough and not enough of a utopian to embark on a course of self-destruction. In the next step of his argument, Stalin points out that the founders of Marxism could hardly have known what actual socialist construction would mean, particularly in terms of socialism in one country, and so their abstract formulations need to be reconsidered. Even Lenin's The State and Revolution was incomplete. A second volume remained unwritten due to the pressing concerns of the October Revolution. Lenin may have tentatively entitled this section The Experience of the Russian Revolutions of 1905 and 1917, but Stalin felt that it was more appropriate to deal with the experience of socialist governance after October. In doing so, Stalin identifies two phases or stages within socialism itself. Let us recall the context. Apart from the eruption of purges, trials, and violence, the 1930s had also been immensely creative. They were a decade of the socialist offensive, overcoming the backwardness of Soviet industry and the chronic famines that had periodically devastated Russia for centuries, of developing the preferential policies for minority nationalities. See Chapter 5, Major Breakthroughs for Women in the Workforce, the 1936 Constitution, and the beginnings of active involvement in anti-colonial struggles. What bearing do these events have on the theory of the stages of socialist governance? In the first stage, the socialist state functioned as Lenin had stipulated, a proletarian dictatorship that dealt with class enemies internally and externally, predicated on the interests of the laboring majority. This majority had seized control of the state apparatus and wielded it to crush the former oppressors. At the same time, the need for economic reconstruction was urgent, trying to get the country back on its feet. And there was an equally pressing need for cultural development and education in the new realities of a socialist system. It is only in the second stage that a distinctly socialist state begins to come to light. The full nature of this relatively mature socialist state must be drawn from various writings by Stalin, especially since he provides only the briefest of suggestions in the report to the 18th Congress. The main features may be identified as follows. 1. The elimination of the last remnants of capitalist elements and the established reality of a socialist economic system as a result of the socialist offensive. 2. Socialist democracy in terms of an unrealized electoral democracy and the realization of what would become a paradigmatic approach to consultative democracy through active grassroots engagement. 3. The need to promote a distinctly Marxist approach to human rights, which is both proactive and based on the fundamental right of freedom from exploitation. 4. The inescapable reality of leadership by the Communist Party. Although the Communist Party of the Soviet Union tended to emphasize the organic links with the working masses rather than the indirect leadership of the party through rule of law statutory processes, as we find in China. 5. The withering away of internal class struggle and its replacement by non-antagonistic class relations with a simultaneous awareness that class struggle had been internationalized. A new socialist state would require extra vigilance to ensure that global counter-revolutionary forces would not put an end to its efforts of socialist construction. In his interview with Emil Ludwig, Stalin observes that the new state is not a national state, but an international state, which strengthens the international working class. 6. A focus on administering the stuff of life and the economy for the true interests of society, so Engels, which is manifested in the fact that socialism does not mean poverty and privation, but the abolition of poverty and privation. It means the organization of a prosperous and cultured life for all members of society. The same can be said for the concerns with education, literacy, medical care, welfare, and so on. 7. The need for a fully formed multinational socialist state, in the sense that minority nationalities are the focus of preferential policies that seek to enhance unity. See Chapter 5. This experience provided the initial framework, theoretically and practically, for supporting anti-colonial struggles for national liberation in many parts of the world. Conclusion: a socialist state and its withering away. In the conclusion, I would like to address a contradiction mentioned on a few occasions above, the increasing usage of socialist state and the historical reality of the relative withering away of the distinction between state and society. Let us begin with Stalin, who observed in his all-important report to the party's 18th Congress, "We now have an entirely new socialist state without precedent in history." Some observers have pointed out that the standard Western distinction between state and society is rather unhelpful for understanding the Soviet Union. Various reasons have been proposed, such as the chaotic transformations that led to the state shading almost imperceptibly into a dynamic, mobile, dramatically changing society, or the role of myriad party organizations, from the Central Committee through to PPOs, that began to blur the boundaries between state and society. Footnote: epiphatically, it is easier to say what it was not, a federation, nation-state empire, or colonizing power. End of footnote. In this light, let us return to the quotation from Stalin, which has two main points: a socialist state, a state that is entirely new and without precedent. To begin with the terminology of state, I have emphasized on a number of occasions that Engels reserved the term state for a separated public power that is alienated from society. In light of this definition, he could not use the word state for the forms of governance under socialism, which would stand in the midst of society. Socialism entailed an enmeshed governance of public power that is not separated from society. At a practical level, the Soviet Union was beginning to manifest precisely this feature of what I have preferred to call socialist governance. The conclusion, strictly speaking, the claim to a socialist state, jars with Engels's thoughts on the matter. Now, let us focus on the claim that it was entirely new and without precedent. This is a qualitative claim, in the sense that the Soviet Union was fundamentally different from any form of the state that had appeared hitherto in human history. In this light, Stalin's claim is much more ambitious. Instead of dispensing with the terminology of the state, he seeks to redefine the term itself. It may be argued here that the Russian word gosударство contains within its semantic field the senses of state, governance, commonwealth, country, and realm. So one could say that Stalin was speaking more of socialist governance than a socialist state. I am not sure that this will get us very far, for the key lies with the bold, qualitative claim, which may be put in these terms. If the qualitatively distinct socialist state entails that a public power stands in the midst of society, that it is enmeshed with society to the extent that it is no longer possible to distinguish state and society, then the terminology of state is completely redefined. If so, this constitutes a significant advance beyond Engels, but it was an advance made in light of historical experience. What, then, are we to make of the debates of the 1930s concerning the states withering away, and indeed Stalin's need to reply to them? In many respects, the debates were framed in terms of the more conventional idea of the dying away or withering away of the state. This is understandable, since Engels had argued influentially that such a process would be one of the last results of socialist construction, and Lenin had suggested that it would begin to happen in an as yet unspecified future, time when communism itself has been established on a global scale. How soon, Lenin observes, we do not and cannot know. So protracted is the process that one cannot specify the time, because there is no material for answering these questions. On many occasions, Stalin, too, would come to emphasize this delay. Before such a withering is possible, communism is needed. This means highly developed productive forces, common prosperity, the complete vanquishing of bourgeois imperialism, and the global dominance of socialist countries. Quite a list already. Given the reality that socialism and capitalism will coexist and struggle for a long time to come, even the global dominance of socialism would take place in a remote and possible future, and clearly not in the foreseeable future. As for communism, it would have to become part and parcel of the life of the peoples before the state could begin its process of withering away. Footnote: as one may expect, such arguments have been misrepresented by some as opportunistic, as finding of excuses to maintain the power of the Communist Party in what was a conventional state, riven with class conflict. End of footnote. In many respects, they were too fixated on the conventional understanding of the dying away of the state, and so missed the reality unfolding all around them. The state, as a separated public power, was already withering away, and was increasingly standing in the midst of society. To be sure, the process was not entirely bloodless, but a revolution is not a dinner party. Or did they really miss it? In an editorial in the leading magazine, Pod Zamenom Marxisma, in the first issue of 1935, the author observed, with an eye on Engels's works, that the Soviet state was not separated by any barrier from the broad masses of the people. Why? It does not stand above the masses, but merges with them. Footnote: many thanks to Yanis Kokosalakis for drawing my attention to this article. End of footnote. The understanding of how such a standing in the midst of society and thus a withering away of the state was taking place may not have been entirely the same as I have proposed here, but the point is worth noting. Once more, Stalin's observation concerning an entirely new socialist state. If such a socialist state is one that has begun the process of ceasing to be a separated public power, and if it stands in the midst of society, then it is qualitatively distinct from any form of the state seen before in human history. To push the dialectical contradiction, a socialist state is precisely the form of the state that emerges when the state, as it had thus far been known, begins to wither away. End of Chapter 6. Socialism in Power by Roland BOER. Chapter 7. The Korean Style of Socialist Governance in the DPRK. Opening remarks. The history of socialist governance now moves eastward in terms of the Eurasian landmass. The move is not so great. Across the border from the Soviet Union to Korea, After all, the Soviet Union was, like Russia today, a Eurasian country with its own distinct civilizational development. However, when we come to East Asia, the focus of the remainder of the book, we find the most enduring types of socialist governance. It would be another task to assess the cultural, social, and historical reasons why Marxism took such deep root in Eastern Asia in a way not found elsewhere in the world. The fact that Marxism did resonate so deeply in East Asia explains, in part at least, why socialism continues to grow in strength, albeit not without periodic challenges and problems in countries such as the DPRK, Laos, Vietnam, and China. The concern of this chapter is the Democratic Republic of Korea, DPRK, informally known as North Korea. In what follows, I will devote most attention to the practices of socialist governance in the DPRK. This requires a treatment of electoral and consultative democracy, as well as the leadership of the Workers' Party of Korea, familiar categories by now. The continuities with other socialist countries is notable, but there are also distinct emphases in light of the DPRK's concrete conditions. In terms of electoral democracy, while there is only one decision-making body, the Supreme People's Assembly, along with regional people's assemblies, there is also the Democratic Front for the Reunification of the Fatherland. This is not a governing body per se, but it plays a crucial role in the electoral process. Made up of all political parties, mass organizations, and religious groups, it proposes multiple candidates, debates their suitability, and approves one candidate for elections. In terms of consultative democracy, apart from the Democratic Front, we find a comparable role for what the Soviet Union called primary political organizations. These are found in the Chongsan-ri method in agriculture and the Tai'an work system in industry, where party cells and local committees engage substantively and robustly with collective farmers and factory workers in the process of making decisions and plans. As for the leadership of the Communist Party, which became the Workers' Party of Korea in 1946, this is a given. But the statutory processes by which it exercises leadership can be seen most clearly in the unique role of the State Affairs Commission. It is this body that the country's leader now chairs, although he is chair of neither the SPA nor president of its standing committee. I will also devote some attention to the DPRK's political philosophy, which reflects the anti-hegemonic emphasis on self-sufficiency and the need for development in light of the DPRK's specific characteristics, while Juche, peoples as masters of their destiny, and Songun, military first, are reasonably well known. I give greater attention to the people-first approach of Kim Il-sungism, Kim Jong-ilism, identified and promoted by Kim Jong-un. Primacy is given to, as far as possible in light of circumstances, the comprehensive improvement of the economic, social, and environmental conditions of the common people. A crucial question concerns the sources. In some earlier work, I waded through all of the available Western material on the DPRK. With rare exceptions, this material can hardly be called scholarship. Caricatures, fabrications, falsities, Orientalism, racism, the Potemkin assumption, and more mean that any rigorous scholarly work on the DPRK must put such material to one side. That said, there are a small number of exceptions among Western scholars, based on research visits and archival materials, and I will use them where needed in this chapter. However, my prime source is Korean scholarship itself. Fortunately, it is now possible to access a reasonable amount of Korean scholarship in multiple language on the Naenara website, or if one prefers, to purchase them from Korea Books. Since I do not read the Korean Hangul script, I am reliant on well-produced English translations. Still, those whose minds are saturated with Western liberal assumptions will need to make an extra effort to overcome an ingrained assumption and even prejudice. Korean scholarship does not simply parrot the party line. In other words, it is a distinct scholarly discourse that seeks to explain in detail a country that remains much misunderstood and misrepresented. Finally, we should be very clear that the Korean Revolution was one that established deep roots among the people. It was not imposed from outside or from above. Footnote: the study by Susie Kim shows this reality very well, based somewhat perversely on archival documents from 1945 to 1950 that were stolen during the brief U.S. occupation of the North in 1950. End of footnote. A major factor is that among all East Asian countries, Korea has, perhaps along with Vietnam, arguably suffered most from imperialism and colonialism. Japan's process of capitalist modernization in the late 19th and early 20th century used the standard capitalist approach: colonize another country, Korea, brutally suppress any resistance, and exploit its resources and labor power for one's benefit. At the moment, Japan was defeated by the anti-Japanese War of Resistance, to which Japan devoted 75% of its war effort. Footnote: the United States' efforts in the Pacific was a sideshow, accounting for less than 25% of Japan's war effort. End of footnote. The United States turned up as a second wave of colonialism. Here we find one of Stalin's two mistakes towards the close of the Second World War. He ordered the Soviet Red Army to pause at the 38th parallel, when it could have taken over the whole of the peninsula with little resistance. The other mistake was to concede significant parts of Germany to the U.S. and UK forces. Meanwhile, the anti-communist Japanese smoothly made the transition to assisting U.S. occupation of the southern half of the peninsula. The Koreans north of the 38th parallel, not unjustifiably, refer to the South as a U.S. puppet regime, as a colonized country, with tens of thousands of foreign soldiers on its soil, that the U.S. was subsequently guilty of extensive war crimes, napalm, biological weapons, genocidal efforts to obliterate the country and its people, in the War of 1950 to 1953. Footnote: that the initially civil war was begun by the anti-communist hitman and dictator Syngman Rhee is by now historical fact, despite U.S. and Southern Korea propaganda. Rhee's southern regime was riven with revolt and was on the verge of economic and political collapse. The USA saw an opportunity to strike not merely at the emerging socialist society in the northern part of the peninsula, but also at the newly established People's Republic of China. The U.S.'s resounding defeat, and indeed rout, at the hands of Chinese and Korean forces that had vastly inferior weapons technology, has led to this episode being known as the Forgotten or the Unknown War, in the USA at least. End of footnote. Only adds to the strong emphasis on anti-imperialist and anti-hegemonic sovereignty in Korea. Like Vietnam, Korea's keen attention to Marxism's concern with anti-colonial struggles for national liberation determines so much of the approach in the North. In short, independence, Songun, and socialism are not simply the necessities of the Korean Revolution, but also the realities that accord with its concrete conditions. Historical background. The components of the system of governance did not, of course, emerge overnight. They are the product of a long process of development and maturation. As with China, there had been a long and bitter revolutionary struggle before the DPRK was established. Footnote: the following draws on Cho and Pak, 2018. End of footnote. This experience led to the formation of a revolutionary people's government that was based for a time in the area around the Tuman River. and sought to coordinate the mobile and ever-changing realities of the struggle. Footnote: for a useful overview of the era of revolutionary struggle led by Kim Il-sung, see Cummings's otherwise patchy book. 2004, pages 103 to 127. End of footnote. It was this experience that led to the proposal to establish a Korea-wide Democratic People's Republic. These plans were thwarted in light of the post-liberation realities, so power was initially held by a Provisional People's Committee, not one committee but many. By November of 1945, People's Committees, 11,500 of them, had been formed in all areas, from provinces to cities, counties, sub-counties, and ruri. Footnote: a ri is an administrative district based on the village. End of footnote. These many People's Committees required coordination through 10 administrative bureaus that sought to ensure the interconnection between economic, political, and social policies. All of this was preliminary, leading up to a consultative conference in February of 1946. Crucially, the conference included representatives from all political parties that had striven for Korean independence, along with mass and social organizations, and the many People's Committees. This multi-party consultative approach would abide in Korea, see below, as it did in China. The conference set in place the basic realities of Korean governance, appointing a Provisional People's Committee, of which Kim Il-sung was elected chair. The task was twofold, embodied in the term democratic dictatorship, complete elimination of the remnant landlord class, comprador capitalists, pro-Japanese elements, and anti-communists. Not a few escaped to the southern dictatorship under Syngman Rhee. Develop socialist democracy among the ordinary people, namely urban and rural workers. Obviously, the first part was a thorough exercise of what Marx and Engels designated as the dictatorship of the proletariat. It was certainly not bloodless, but one wonders whether any type of transmission was possible in light of the former Japanese colonial system. The Provisional People's Committee was, as the term indicates, clearly provisional. Soon enough, the next step was underway, with country-wide elections held on the 3rd of November, 1946, the first in Korea's history. The results of this election led to an initial Congress of delegates from all of the People's Committees, and it was this Congress that formally established the People's Assembly as the supreme organ of governance. The People's Assembly met for the first time on the 21st of February, 1947, and instituted the following measures: the establishment of a People's Committee to carry on the tasks of the Assembly when not in session, election of Kim Il-sung as chair of the People's Committee, and the organization of elections at the lower levels in districts, neighborhoods, and villages, with the result that the People's Assemblies were established at these levels as well. The final transition of power took place at the first session of the new Supreme People's Assembly in September 1948, when the People's Committee absolved itself. Although there would be subsequent development of the governance structures, the basic system was now in place. Footnote: for overviews of subsequent developments, including the Constitution of 1948, the establishment of the National Defense Commission in light of Songun politics, and the transition to the State Affairs Commission in 2016, see Cho and Pak, 2018. End of footnote. Notably, the early process was not so much an abolition of previous United Front structures and their replacement with new and more socialist structures, as happened in the Soviet Union, as Cho Soo-nam and Pak Kum-il observe. It was unnecessary to do away with the already established government to replace it with a socialist government. Instead, a socialist government was established, while preserving intact the form of the people's government based on the worker-peasant alliance. At a more philosophical level, we can see this process in dialectical terms, in which former structures are preserved and transformed within the new framework. As a result, the DPRK embodies both multi-party and multi-organizational involvement through the Democratic Front and the socialist governmental forms of the People's Assemblies and the leadership of the Workers' Party of Korea. In light of this historical background, we may turn to the components of the DPRK's approach to socialist governance. Electoral democracy. The DPRK's electoral democracy relates primarily to the people's assemblies, along with local state organs, assemblies, and committees. Every eligible citizen may stand for election, so much so that independent candidates are regularly elected to the people's assemblies and may even be elected to be the speaker or chair. The history of the DPRK has many such examples. I think here of Ryu Mi-yong in 1921 to 2016, who moved from south to north in 1986 so as to take up her role as chair of the Chondoist Chonggu Party, the Party of the Young Friends of the Heavenly Way, formed in 1946. She was elected to the Supreme People's Assembly and became a member of the Standing Committee, then called the Presidium. Other examples include Gang Ryan-uk, a Presbyterian minister who was a leader of the Korean Christian Federation, a Protestant organization, and served as vice president of the DPRK from 1972 until his death in 1982, as well as Kim Chong-jun, who was an ordained Methodist minister and became vice chair of the Supreme People's Assembly. Both Gang and Kim were buried at the Patriots Cemetery. The electoral system. How do elections to all of the various bodies of governance work? Elections are universal and use secret ballots and are notably direct. To my knowledge, the DPRK is the only socialist country that has implemented direct elections at all levels. Neither the Soviet Union in its time nor China have embraced a complete system of direct elections, preferring, and here I speak of China, to have direct elections at the lower levels of the people's congresses and indirect elections to the higher levels. As for candidates, it may initially seem as though the DPRK follows the Soviet Union's approach in having a single candidate for each elected position. This is indeed the case for the final process of voting, but there is also a distinct difference. Candidates are selected through a robust process in the Democratic Front for the reunification of the fatherland. As mentioned earlier, the struggle against Japanese imperialism and liberation of the whole peninsula drew together many organizations, and it is these that came to form the later Democratic Front. The front was formed on the 25th of July, 1949, and today includes the three political parties and a range of mass organizations from the unions, youth, women, children, agricultural workers, journalism, literature and the arts, and Koreans in Japan. Notably, it also includes representation from the Korean Christian Federation, Protestant, the Korean Catholic Federation, and the Korean Buddhist Federation. All of these mass organizations make up the Democratic Front. And it is this organization that proposes candidates. In many respects, this is where the multi-candidate dimensions of elections comes to the fore. Here, candidates are nominated for consideration from all of the mass organizations represented. Their suitability and merit for the potential nomination is debated and discussed at many mass meetings, and only then is the final candidate nominated for elections to the SPA. Now, we can see why candidates from the Chondoist movement as well as from the Christian churches have been and can be elected to the SPA and indeed the local assemblies. To sum up the electoral process, we may see it in terms of a dialectical both and. Multi-candidate elections take place in the Democratic Front, which engages in extensive consideration of suitable candidates. Single-candidate elections take place for the people's assemblies. It goes without saying that in a non-antagonistic system of class and group interaction, the criterion for election is merit and political suitability. People's assemblies. As for the bodies of governance, there is a similar continuity and discontinuity compared with other socialist countries. Unlike the Soviet Union, there is a unicameral Supreme People's Assembly, which is the highest authority in terms of laws, regulations, the Constitution, and all leadership roles. The SPA is also responsible for the national economic plan, the country's budget, and foreign policy directions. At the same time, the Democratic Front for the Reunification of the Fatherland has an analogous function to a second organ of governance. This is a uniquely Korean approach to the question of a second organ of governance. While not an organ of governance as such, it plays a direct role in electoral democracy, see above, as well as the all-important manifestation of consultative democracy, see below. A further reason for this unique role of the Democratic Front may be adduced. While the Soviet Union and China see the second body or organ as representative of all minority nationalities and relevant groups, the absence of minority nationalities in a much smaller Korea means that such a form of representation is not needed. Further details. The term for a representative elected to the SPA is 5 years, and representatives are drawn from workers, farmers, intellectuals, and service personnel. Even more, a representative cannot be arrested or subjected to criminal punishment without the consent of the SPA or its standing committee. How often does the SPA meet? It meets each year in March or April, but may also have extraordinary sessions, which can be called either by the standing committee or 1/3 of the representatives. A session of the SPA requires a minimum quorum of 2/3 of the number of deputies, and the agenda of each session is extraordinarily full. A speaker and deputy speaker are appointed. A credentials committee examines the credentials of all delegates, and items for the agenda can be proposed by a delegate and by a member, a number of administrative bodies, such as the State Affairs Commission, the Standing Committee of the SPA, the Cabinet of the SPA, and its committees. As with all such supreme assemblies in socialist countries, the SPA also has the task of amending the Constitution from time to time. Notably, the chairperson or speaker, and indeed president of the Standing Committee, see below, are distinct from the role of the country's president. When the SPA is not in session, its duties are undertaken by the Standing Committee, which is appointed by the SPA. Footnote: in 1998, the original Standing Committee was abolished and a new presidium with a president was established. In 2021, the name of the presidium was changed to the Standing Committee of the SPA and continues the roles of the former presidium. End of footnote. It follows that the Standing Committee is the highest organ of governance between the sessions of the SPA. Normal meetings involve the permanent members of the committee, but it may also call plenary meetings when needed. Apart from undertaking the tasks of the SPA, the Standing Committee is also responsible for the functioning of the SPA itself, convening sessions, overseeing elections, and ensuring that decisions made at sessions of the SPA are enacted at local government levels. The regional structure of governance is similar to the countrywide structure, with elected people's assemblies and the People's Committee when the assembly is not in session. These are found in every province, city district, and municipality, with terms of 4 years for elected representatives. Both bodies deal primarily with local concerns, implementing economic policies in light of conditions, budgets, educational and medical matters, the operation of the local judiciaries, and public order, the functioning of cooperatives and organizations, and ensure the rights of citizens. While they must carry out plans and decisions from higher bodies, they also provide vital information and feedback to the higher bodies. Political parties. Other organs of governance also function, such as the cabinet, various ministries and commissions, and judicial organs, although I will not elaborate on these. I do, however, need to address a final question concerning political parties. In contrast to the Soviet Union, the DPRK has a number of political parties, all of which are represented in the elected people's assemblies. Apart from the WPK, There are also the Korean Social Democratic Party and the Chondoist Chongu Party, which is based on the indigenous religion of Chondoism. The former is a successor to the Democratic Party of Korea, which was established on the 3rd of November, 1945. On the basis of Korean independence and the need for the people of Korea to determine their own future. Comprised of Democrats, anti-colonial nationalists, and religious personnel, this party distinguished itself in promoting the anti-colonial struggle, especially in the War of 1950 to 1953, and a desire for social justice across society. It was instrumental in making international connections so as to assist the DPRK in rebuilding after the war, and it maintains these connections. The party is particularly instrumental in promoting Korean reunification through its connections with the southern half of the peninsula. Needless to say, the party is committed to Korea's socialist project, with candidates elected to the People's Assemblies and the provision of robust consultative input to government plans and policies. The Chondoist Chongu Party is a notable example of a party organized on the basis of an indigenous Korean religion, and it goes without saying that it also shows a distinctly Korean approach to the freedom of religion. The party was officially established in February of 1946 during a crucial but brief period when it seemed as though the whole of Korea had an opportunity to determine its own future, but the roots of Chondoism go back to the early 19th century and the teachings of Cho Jae-yu, or Su Yun, 1824 to 1864. Footnote: I have dealt with Chondoism and Kim Il-sung's engagement with and assessment of the religion in an earlier work. End of footnote. Executed by the landlord class, Cho's teachings were carried on by successors, drawing upon and interpreting traditional Korean symbols, organizing and publishing scriptures that were written in the popular Kasa poetry style, and a distinct worship practice involving pure water. Footnote: the 5 commandments of Chondoism have a worship focus. Ju Moon, a 21-word formula. Chong Su, offering of clean water. Se-il, church worship on Sundays. Song Mi, rice donation. And Ki Do, prayers. End of footnote. Arguing that the divine could be lived out on earth, the movement gave the most oppressed and downtrodden peasants of Korean society a sense of their own worth. The moment when Chondoism gained its revolutionary credentials was its involvement in the peasant or Tonghak Revolution. The initial name for the movement was Tonghak, or Eastern Learning. In the North, this involvement in the revolution means that the socio-religious movement of Chondoism is seen as in some ways a precursor to the communist movement. It helps, of course, that Kim Il-sung has written favorably of Chondoism. To explain, a core Chondoist principle is humans are God. Footnote: other principles also have traction. My heart is your heart, with reference both to others and to heaven. Treat humans as God, in a challenge to Confucian hierarchies. Protect the nation, secure peace for the people, with reference to Korea in relation to foreign powers. All people evolve to unity, which is relevant for Korean reunification and the kingdom of heaven on earth. End of footnote. In his memoirs, Kim Il-sung observes, quote, "Of course there is something I believe in like God, the people. I have been worshiping the people as heaven, and respecting them as if they were God. My God is none other than the people. Only the popular masses are omniscient and omnipotent, and almighty on earth. Therefore my life motto is, the people are my God." End quote. It should come as no surprise at all that the religion itself is popular in the DPRK, with about 3 million members and 800 places of worship. Nor should it be surprising that it is represented by a political party, which has delegates elected to the People's Assemblies and saw the religion's leader, Ryo Mi-yong, see above, take significant leadership in the SPA. As a way of summing up this section, let me first observe that every citizen of the DPRK is a member of a political party or one of the many social organizations. But some may still be tempted to ask, what is the purpose of these structures of electoral democracy, all the way from the Democratic Front's role in nominating and selecting candidates, the three political parties, the People's Assemblies, and their standing committees? Too often have they been dismissed by the misinformed and malicious as rubber stamps. If so, it would be a complex and expensive stamp. The full answer to this question requires consideration of further features of the DPRK's governance. Suffice to point out here that they take the whole electoral process very seriously indeed. It is, after all, a key feature of socialist governance. Consultative democracy. As we have already seen with regard to the Soviet Union, from the earliest days, consultative democracy was a constituent feature of socialist approaches to democracy. The DPRK has taken consultative democracy much further, specifically with the Chongsan-ri method in agriculture and the Tai-an method in industry. This section is primarily devoted to these two features, but first I need to address the question of the mass line. The mass line. The mass line's institutional presence is most obviously with the Democratic Front for the Reunification of the Fatherland, with its 24 mass organizations and its vital role in the electoral process itself. Indeed, the distinction between electoral and consultative democracy risks seeing them as entirely discrete projects. By contrast, they influence one another in a process of dialectical mutual reinforcement. Obviously, this is a more robust form of democracy than that found in capitalist democracies. However, the mass line goes much deeper, being integral to the structure of revolutionary struggle and socialist construction. Again and again, one finds an emphasis on the mass line, by which is meant that party members can serve the revolution only when they become faithful servants of the masses, since the revolution itself seeks both the good of the masses and can be accomplished only by relying on the strength of the masses. Footnote: one of the more well-known expressions of the mass line at an artistic level are the mass gymnastics, known more informally as the mass games. End of footnote. The bond is two-way. Collective leadership entails mingling with the masses, living with them, and listening to their opinions, so as to bring forth new and bright ideas. Quote, dynamic and creative knowledge is always found among the masses. Of course, fragmentary and immature as the opinions of the masses may be at first, it is the duty of party workers to grasp them in good time and supplement and systematize them through collective consultations. The party's leading bodies should then disseminate among the masses the opinions thus summarized and systematized, and lead the masses to follow them. End quote. Kim Il-sung, 1960. Chongsan-ri method in agriculture. As a concrete embodiment of the mass line, the Chongsan-ri method is named after a rural commune in the central part of the country in Kangso County of South Fongyang Province. Why the place name? In 1960, a comprehensive rural inspection tour led by Kim Il-sung visited the collective. The outcomes of the visit led to a substantial revision of approaches in the countryside. The method developed entailed both robust input from rural party members and indeed non-party farmers and thorough implementation of policies developed by the central party organs. Footnote. A number of key texts from Kim Il-sung are pertinent, and I have drawn on 2 studies by scholars who have engaged in extensive research in the DPRK. End of footnote. Obviously, the two are closely related in what may be called a simultaneous bottom-up and top-down approach. Effective policies, along with their implementation and assessment, cannot hope for success without substantive input from those who know what the actual situation is from everyday experience. The implementation of policies and their adaptation cannot happen if farmers do not own them and see them as appropriate for their local conditions. As Kim Il-sung put it at the WPK's 20th anniversary, the essence of the approach is that the higher body helps the lower, so as to have a profound understanding of actual conditions and find correct solutions to problems, while simultaneously enlisting the conscious enthusiasm and initiative of the masses, so as to ensure the fulfillment of revolutionary tasks. It is not only a powerful method of work for carrying out tasks successfully and substantially, but also an essential educational method for raising the ideological and political level and practical capacity of officials, and for revolutionizing the masses. Footnote. Competent cadres should learn from the masses, for without going among the masses, a supervisor cannot learn, but this does not mean that everyone should draw their own conclusions, since this would lead to a state of anarchy. End of footnote. Of course, the whole approach requires competent and informed higher bodies and supervisors, along with educated common people, so that they can engage productively and substantively. Ensuring both would require significant further practice, corrections in light of shortcomings, and yet further experience. Notably, much of the material from the time focuses less on grand and abstract statements and more on the specific measures needed to make the method work. Improving work styles, training, education, experience, detailed plans, down to small work groups and individuals, realistic mechanization, and the everyday realities of pig breeding, cotton growing, and compost. These and more are the constant themes elaborated in great detail. To step back and provide some background, the precursor to the Chongsan-ri method is found in the initial dual strategy in the anti-colonial struggle, throwing off the Japanese yoke and abolishing feudal relations in the countryside through land reform, which was itself seen as a crucial feature of democratization through the rural peasant committees. After liberation, observed Kim Il-sung, the solution of the land problem in the countryside was our most urgent revolutionary task. Since feudal relations of land ownership shackled peasants to exploitation and feudal slavery, and limited the productive forces and the potential for social progress. The first step, then, was to redistribute land, which took place in a few weeks in 1946 and entailed moving 76% of the land from landlords to peasants. However, this redistribution was still based on a modified form of land ownership. The second step required a move to cooperatives, which was seen as a transition from individual ownership to more social forms. The third step, in the 1950s and 1960s, was to diminish the gaps between city and country, and between industry and farming, which would eventually pave the way for all people's ownership through complete collectivization. No strict timelines were set, since each stage would become possible only after considerable experience and education among farmers and cadres on the ground. The Chongsan-ri method is seen as a way to provide a robust framework for the realization of people's ownership. A key to the Chongsan-ri method is the role of primary party organizations and the party organizations with their direct connections to the county branches. Footnote. The 1953 reforms abolished the intermediate level of township so that the county committee was directly connected with the RE-party committee. The number of RE was also reduced from 10,666 to 3,772. End of footnote. Already from 1946, large numbers of active peasants joined the Workers' Party so that each village had its own branch. This development enabled a highly integrated and enmeshed structure of the party within society, providing comprehensive input to policymaking and ensuring the mechanisms for subsequent transitions. The approach is comparable to the Soviet practices of primary party organizations, with a crucial difference. Whereas the Soviet approach focused on industrial workers with relative weakness in the countryside, the Korean approach began with the reality that rural production was vital, and indeed primary, at the early stages of economic and political development. In other words, the RE-party organizations sought to ensure that the farming population was involved from the very beginning. The success of the method depended on the dialectical unity of opposites, substantial and critically constructive input from the grassroots, and a rigorous implementation of the decisions and plans arising from this input. The relation between the two is not as those with Western proclivities assume, in terms of either or, but rather an Eastern Marxist emphasis on both and, inspired by the Confucian tradition. To explain, the initial emphasis was to ensure that consultations and meetings were not conducted in a perfunctory and formalistic manner, with the party committees simply implementing policies from the higher levels. Instead, it required intensive, substantial, and well-organized meetings, focused on constructive suggestions of the party members so as to bring into play their conscious enthusiasm. Criticisms of local leaders was to be the norm, as to boldly bring all defects to light. Regular criticism of defects in work is like washing our faces every morning, and if faces are not washed every day, they will become crusted with dirt, covered with rashes, and in the end will be utterly spoilt and disfigured. Thus, we should always wash out the defects from our work. Kim Il-sung, 1960. Active, open, and robust meetings were to become the necessary requirements for the method to work. Indeed, the tone of the many meetings at Cheongsan-ri was one of intensive criticism of all levels of work, including that of the inspection team. Did this approach lead to tensions with the higher organs, especially at a county level, in implementing decisions and plans? Only if the party committees and leaders were incompetent, a topic of considerable criticism. With competent leaders, the unity of opposites comes into play. The more robust the consultation and input, the more rigorous would be the implementation of the final decision. The final decision, proposed by the county party committee and then approved by the county people's assembly, would become law. All particulars of the local plan for the national economy, agriculture, local industry, capital construction, work organization, financial expenditure, etc., should be implemented unconditionally once they are approved by the county people's assembly after the collective deliberation of the county party committee. This was not some arbitrary decision from the top which had been a problem, but a decision owned by the farmers themselves, since their extensive input was crucial for the decision in the first place. Of course, the cycle would continue with further critical input into planning and decisions. As with the experiences in the Soviet Union in the 1920s, a further factor was the need for constant party building. This entailed not merely training in the methods of active democratic participation so that participants could engage productively, but also education in Marxism-Leninism so that the theoretical framework and principles for the approach could be understood. Footnote: the question of education is beyond the remit of this chapter, save to note that the DPRK, in light of shortages in technical and educated personnel due to the colonial and wartime depredations, developed a unique on-the-job educational system as well as the concrete integration of theory and practice in the school system. Bourgeois models would simply not work, since many bourgeois intellectuals possessed advanced academic knowledge but a somewhat retarded ideological and political consciousness. End of footnote. and in a recognition of the long Confucian tradition concerning virtue or moral excellence, education should include this dimension as well. The communist has a higher morality and has a greater regard for the fine customs of his people than anyone else. Kim Il-sung, 1960. Party building is a constant theme through all the material I have studied for this chapter, and in this respect the DPRK is no different from other socialist countries. It is hardly necessary to point out the role that the Chongsan-ri method plays in substantial and widespread consultative democracy instituted in 1960 after considerable development. It was by no means seen as fixed in stone. Further refinements in light of ongoing and new problems, lack of application of the overall method, and falling back into old ways, new insights in light of experience, and the ever-present need for education in the process and political awareness indicate, as with all aspects of socialist construction, that this feature of Korean consultative democracy faced continual challenges and is always a work in progress. Examples include the sub-work team management system, initially proposed at the 12th plenum of the 4th Central Committee in November of 1965, trialed in 1966, and rolled out across the country over the next couple of years. This method changed the emerging practice of setting production yields too high for large collective farms and the sending of rural work teams to work on many different projects. Instead, a team of 10 to 25 farmers would be in charge of an area of land, a task, or an instrument of production. Not only did this approach provide a greater sense of responsibility and ability to see results, but it also involved every member participating in developing micro-plans in light of concrete conditions. This modification led to greater social, political, and economic involvement of every member of the team, but above all saw a distinct rise in agricultural productivity. Taean method in industry. In the same way that the Chonsan-ri method developed during an on-the-spot guidance visit to the agricultural collective in question, so also did the Taean work system. Footnote. The material in this section draws on a number of key resources and empirical research. Kim Il-sung, 1961, Kim Byung-sik, 1970, Brun and Hirsch, 1976. End of footnote. These guidance visits were less about the party leadership descending upon a local worksite and telling them what to do. Instead, through intensive meetings and consultations, lasting days, and sometimes weeks, they sought critical and constructive engagement from the workers themselves. The mass line, obviously, but also the reality of the substantial leadership team itself being subjected through vehement speeches to serious criticism and concrete proposals for improvement. Footnote, substantial it was, with Kim Il-sung accompanied by vice premiers, heads of departments of the Party Central Committee, ministers, and other officials. End of footnote. On this occasion, Kim Il-sung and his comrades went in December of 1961 to the Taean electrical machinery plant in what is now, since 2010, Nampo Special City. Footnote. The advance in industry should be noted. Upon liberation in 1945, there was very little production of machinery useful for economic construction. By the beginning of the 1960s, substantial heavy industry had been established. End of footnote. As with the previous year's visit to Chongsan-ri, the process was in-depth, robust, and extremely detailed. However, the results were not simply an application of the methods introduced at Chongsan-ri and other collective farms, for the situation of a vital electrical machinery plant that produces a full range of products was distinct. The underlying principle, however, was the same: comprehensive involvement of local party members and factory workers in the full production process, along with increased responsibility for a competent leadership, all the way from the Bureau of Machine Industry to the factory's engineers and the technical personnel in areas of expertise. In terms of background, the Taean work system was preceded by a number of transitional stages, beginning with the autonomy of enterprises after liberation in 1945, so as to keep existing works operating. This lasted barely a year, before the shift to an industry management committee which worked with and was overseen by a local people's committee. Soon enough, this approach shifted to a more Soviet approach with industries fully nationalized and a specialist appointed to oversee the whole industry and implement the centralized plan. This approach in turn became inadequate, since it entailed copying a template from another socialist country and was not suited to the particular and relatively less developed situation in Korea. Now, two vectors came together. The previous year's experience at Cheongsan-ri had developed a principle of consultative management in the rural sector, see above, that arose from intensive consultation with farmers, and the industrial sector needed an overhaul to suit Korean conditions. In short, it entailed the dialectical combination of planning and the mass line. As a Korean scholar from the time put it, the Taeon work system seeks to strengthen the leading role of the party in the economy, to draw broad working masses into active management and control of factories, and to encourage them to display their creative capacity and talent to the fullest extent. The results? First, the previous system in which the Ministry of Industry appointed an individual manager was replaced with collective management through the party's factory committee. Second, streamlining the supply of raw materials to the factory and ensuring the welfare of workers. Third, the development of more comprehensive planning based on the input from workers on the factory floor. Footnote. These arose from detailed identifications of previous problems, especially the chaotic and ad hoc nature of management. End of footnote. In the revised system, the highest local authority became the party factory committee, which, crucially, includes managers and engineers, along with leaders of the working people's organizations in the factory. It seeks to gain empirical data for decisions and planning by engaging directly and frequently with workers on the shop floor. The inevitable problems arising in the construction process, ranging all the way from machinery, breakdowns to disagreements and sickness, are solved directly by the committee. For the sake of efficiency, the party committee is relatively small, usually numbering 25 to 35 members, with an executive of about a quarter of the size that carries on the tasks of the committee between its fortnightly meetings. Further, the party committee is the crucial point of contact with higher levels of party organization, so it became the primary conduit between the shop floor and the wider party and its policies. As one can imagine, all of this work for a small number of executive committee members, or indeed the slightly larger party committee, would be far too much. The work is both made easier and enables far greater involvement of workers through the party organizations in each unit within the factory, as well as the work team leaders. Brun and Hirsch observe, on the basis of a comprehensive research visit to the Taeon electrical machinery plant, that everyone has a clear understanding of problems and the significance of their efforts in light of the entire socio-economic context. And with understanding comes a responsibility instead of buck passing. In seeking to rationalize the organizational structure of the factory, one may speak of an appropriate division of labor in a socialist context. The more technical side saw the establishment of a general staff, which is headed by a chief engineer and assistant directors. This unit oversees all of the many aspects of production, such as ensuring the supply of raw materials, production of goods, storage, and distribution. This is only one of the responsibilities, with a subunit known as the Material Supply Department overseen by one of the assistant directors. A further subunit is the Labor Supply and Financial Department, which is responsible for work rosters and wages, but also for shifting work teams to other areas where needed and seeking always to improve production efficiency. The final subunit is devoted to the well-being of workers, including food supply from local collective farms, housing, education for children, cultural activities, health, and so on. The other dimension is the party committee, which tends to focus on the party's organizational concerns, as well as theoretical and political education across the board. As we have seen with the Cheongsan-ri method, party building is an inescapable feature of any enterprise in the DPRK, yet it is more than simply party building, for all workers partake of the theoretical and practical educational activities. That said, it would be artificial to distinguish simply between the specialists and the Reds. Not only are the general staff and its subunits responsible for imbuing a revolutionary spirit among the workers, but the party committee and its cells also have a hand in matters relating to production. For this reason, in the thorough reorganization signaled at the Taeon plant, the party committee itself includes the engineer in charge of the general staff, along with the directors of the subunits. Thus, The division of labor is more one of emphasis or degree than any sharp distinction. Summary: unity of opposites. As with the Chongsan-Ri method, the Taeon work system would undergo constant reassessment and revision, such as the shift to more collective guidance some 20 years later. Yet, these two key features of consultative democracy continue today. Seeking to embody at a very concrete level in agriculture and industry the Marxist dialectical principle of the unity of opposites, the extensive engagement of workers within the processes of problem-solving and decision-making goes hand in hand with a rigorous implementation of the decisions reached at the level of county and factory party committees, and indeed of planning at higher levels. Of course, one should not assume that this is always a smooth process, for substantive criticism and self-criticism are meant to make one sweat and squirm, but this is precisely the point. Instead of blaming someone else for a problem or passing it up the line, problems are owned and solved on the shop floor. So also with decisions and plans, for these are owned by workers who can see their input into the decisions. In his long speech at the Taeon electrical machinery plant, Kim Il-sung observes, "We can say that this is a pleasant meeting rather than a troublesome one, to discuss how to scrub quickly the dirt off our bodies and how to do a better job and advance more rapidly in the future." Two final points of a more economic nature, which I cannot address in full here. First, in both the Chongsan-Ri and Taeon methods, one finds a resolute emphasis on the socialist principle of from each according to his ability to each according to work. Within limits, remuneration for work is commensurable with the amount of work and contribution made. Second, as with other socialist countries that achieved national liberation through anti-colonial struggle, the importance of liberating the productive forces for the sake of economic development was never forgotten or neglected. On this matter, let me quote Kim Byung-sik. "In any society, the form of production relations and economic structure must correspond to the level of development of productive forces and the nature of the economic base of society. Thus, the significance of both the Chongsan-Ri and Taeon methods is that they seek the economic management system best suited to the expanding productive forces, improving the superstructure, the administrative system of the party, state and economic organizations in such a way that these may be adapted fully to the established base." Leadership of the Workers' Party. As with other socialist countries, an inescapable feature of governance is the leadership of the Communist Party. In Korea, it was called the Communist Party until August through September 1946, when the name was changed to the Workers' Party of Korea. I am less interested here in the historical development of the party, and more in key questions as to how its leadership relates to the structures of governance analyzed above. Footnote: for a detailed study of the party's history, see Kim Ji-ho, 2016. End of footnote. On a broader level, we find the repeated point that it is only through the Workers' Party that the people can be masters of the state and society, and responsible for the revolution and construction. In more detail, quote, "Party leadership is an intrinsic requirement in the building of a socialist state, and a lifeline of its activities. A party is the incarnation of the demands and interests of the masses, and only under its leadership can the socialist state perform its mission as their servant with credit and properly organize and undertake unified guidance over all realms of social life and all regions, as well as overall socialist construction." Kim Jong-un, 2019. End quote. This dialectical point we have already seen emerging in the Soviet Union, but it is enhanced in East Asian countries such as the DPRK and China with their dialectical traditions and emphasis on the people's needs. The State Affairs Commission. As a case study, I would like to focus on the State Affairs Commission, SAC, which is made up exclusively of members of the WPK. The key question to be addressed is how the SAC relates to the other structures of governance, such as the local and country-wide People's Assemblies, the Standing Committee of the SPA, and the Democratic Front. To put it more sharply, given the wide-ranging powers of the SAC, how does it relate to the structures of governance analyzed above? A little more detail. The SAC is a successor of the National Defense Committee, which restricted its concerns to military matters. With a change of name in 2016, the SAC's mandate has been expanded considerably. As the 2016 Constitution observes, the SAC is the supreme, policy-oriented leadership body of state power, with the following responsibilities. 1. Discuss and decide important policies of the state, including those for defense building. 2. Exercise supervision over the fulfillment of the orders of the Chairman of the State Affairs Commission of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and the decisions and directives of the State Affairs Commission and take measures for their fulfillment. 3. Abrogate decisions and directives of state organs which run counter to the orders of the Chairman of the State Affairs Commission of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea and the decisions and directives of the State Affairs Commission. These are rather significant powers. And when we add that the chairperson of the SAC is also the country's supreme leader and now designated internationally as president, we have a very powerful body indeed. Recall that the SPA and its standing committee also have, respectively, a chairperson and a president, but that the country's leader does not take on that role. Further, the chairperson of the SAC controls all the political, economic, and military affairs of the DPRK. In more detail, the chairperson has the following duties. 1. Direct the overall affairs of the state. 2. Personally guide the work of the State Affairs Commission. 3. Appoint or remove key cadres of the state. 4. Ratify or rescind major treaties concluded with other countries. 5. Exercise the right of granting special pardon. 6. Proclaim a state of emergency, a state of war, and mobilization order within the country. 7. Organize and direct the National Defense Committee in wartime. Extensive these powers are, so we are led to ask why any other governmental structures exist. Why bother with the complex processes of selecting candidates by the Democratic Front, with the electoral processes of the SPA and its standing committee, if the SAC's chairperson holds all the power? Here, we need to be careful indeed and avoid falling into the trap of viewing the rest of the world through the distorted Western liberal lens. A proper answer to this question begins with the point that the SAC and its chairperson are accountable to the Supreme People's Assembly, and their terms are the same as delegates to the SPA. Accountability is the operative word here. If the SAC and its chairperson do not live up to the high expectations of the SPA, they can be dismissed from office, and it is the SPA that determines whether the SAC has lived up to the heavy responsibilities placed upon it. We may speak here of the democratic supervision of the SAC by the SPA and its standing committee. Further, the SPA delegates powers to the SAC. Even the supreme leader must be appointed to the SAC. This is by no means a given and certainly not hereditary. Let me put it this way. It is precisely because the SAC and the supreme leader have the powers mentioned above that the delegated and supervisory power of the SPA must be rigorous and thorough. The regulated order of WPK leadership. I have used the example of the SAC as a microcosm of the role of the WPK within the structures of socialist governance. Obviously, the WPK does not rule by fiat, simply giving orders that everyone must obey. But how does it work? According to Han Soo-young, the system of governing bodies regulates the order in which the state power is established and exercised. There are 3 points in this brief observation. First, the whole system of socialist governance regulates the order. It provides a regulatory framework, or what is called in China the statutory processes for governance, and the leadership of the WPK. Second, this is the means by which state power is established. This is a reference to historical legitimacy in the sense that the WPK was, in its earlier forms, primarily responsible for the revolutionary struggle and the establishment of the DPRK itself. As Kim Jong-un observes, the WPK drew on the strength of the masses in a land where centuries-old backwardness and poverty had prevailed, and built a powerful country in the face of pernicious blockade imposed by the imperialists. In other words, socialist state power was established by the WPK in the face of immense opposition. Third is the exercise of state power. We may speak here, and I deploy a Chinese distinction, of the present realities of the practical legitimacy of the WPK within the system of socialist governance. It is precisely this exercise of state power that is regulated through the many bodies of governance and their functions. The WPK cannot work outside the whole system of which it is a part. Indeed, the possibility and reality of its leadership is determined by the whole system. To sum up, this is a profoundly dialectical reality to begin with. The governing bodies provide the appropriate channels or structures for state power, the necessary statutory processes that seek to ensure, crucially, that the common people have a say in the many aspects of governance and administration. At the same time, the whole system of governing bodies regulates the order in which the WPK exercises its leadership. Even more, the leadership of the WPK is not simply determined by the structures of socialist governance. Instead, this leadership is enhanced and strengthened by the statutory processes of governance, enhancing what is often called the single-hearted unity and the strict revolutionary discipline of the party. So also is the whole socialist governing system enhanced and guaranteed by the leadership of the WPK. Summary: human rights and the administration of things for the true interests of society. In summing up this detailed examination of socialist governance in the DPRK, I would like to return to Engels's principle concerning the administration of the stuff of life for the true interests of society, and Lenin's emphasis on developing the appropriate structures for administering and managing the economy, so as to improve the everyday lives of workers and peasants. In the DPRK, this feature is not only emphasized, but has been developed further. They speak of a well-knit work system in which governance as a whole manages all aspects of society. Further, the people's government and socialist system may together be seen by the people as an administrator responsible for their livelihood and the protector of their independent and creative life. This emphasis is particularly notable in the Chongsanri method in agriculture and the Taeon work method in industry, which I have analyzed in terms of consultative democracy. We should also recall the important role of the Democratic Front, as well as the full range of people's assemblies from the local levels to the SPA. Again and again it is reiterated that the purpose is to develop the productive forces and constantly adapt the relations of production to such development, as well as constantly reforming the superstructural features of governance and society as the economic base improves. That this takes place in a context of more than 70 years of embargoes and sanctions makes the task even more arduous, or as a young Korean person in the DPRK pointed out in a conversation, socialism is struggle. In many respects, the emphasis on the true interests of society is also a manifestation of the Marxist approach to human rights. We have already seen some initial developments of this approach in the Soviet Union with the emphasis on freedom from exploitation and the proactive nature of rights. It is unfortunately not so well known that the DPRK has a more thoroughly developed approach to human rights, and I recommend in particular a work by Kim Ji-ho, 2017. The emphases of this work should be noted carefully. It predicates human rights on anti-colonial or anti-hegemonic sovereignty, which offers a thorough redefinition of the concept of sovereignty in light of the struggle against colonialism. Without national sovereignty, any other right is meaningless. However, the core human right is that of socioeconomic well-being, or the right to a prosperous and happy life. Although this is noticeably missing in the thin definition of human rights arising from the Western, liberal tradition, closely related are the rights to dignity, existence, and inviolability, but from here all other rights may develop, whether the rights to work and leisure, so also in the Soviet Union, equality between women and men, to land, labor, education, health, religion, political involvement, and so on. I mention this material here since readers need to be aware of the DPRK's approach. A full study, however, would require a separate work. Theory: believe in the people as in heaven. Earlier I mentioned that Kim Il-sung had appropriated the Chondoist-inspired slogan, "The people are my God," or "Believe in the people as in heaven." When studying material concerning the DPRK, this saying recurs again and again, especially in the more recent works by Kim Jong-un. Instead of a full exposition of the three phases of political theory in the DPRK, I will focus primarily on the new era that began with Kim Jong-un's election in 2012. I do so since it is most relevant today, and also because the two earlier stages are relatively well known, Juche and Songun. The first was Kim Il-sung's Juche, or a people-first philosophy in which the masses are masters of their destiny through the struggles of revolutionary construction, independence, and self-sufficiency. Footnote: the meaning of Juche is drawn from the Chinese Ju Ti, which initially functioned as a translation of Marx's use of subject. It was explicitly appropriated and reshaped by Kim Il-sung for the first time at the Kowloon Conference of 30th June 1930, after which it became a consistent theme throughout his writings. Many thanks to Keith Bennett for this point. End of footnote. We may also see Juche as a clear identification of socialism with Korean characteristics. The second phase was Songun, which was promoted by Kim Jong-il and arose in response to the immense challenges of the 1990s and identifies the military as the prime revolutionary force that is able to drive economic recovery and preserve sovereignty. One may find much material on these two approaches, some of which are cited, although I would like to emphasize a particular feature of their development apart from their desire to designate more autochthonous socialism. Each phase does not seek to negate the one that had gone before, for this would be somewhat self-defeating and would reek of capitalist democracies in which one political party spent all its time undoing the actions of the other whilst in governance. Instead, the developments in the DPRK may be described as continuity with differing emphases. Thus, Kim Jong-un speaks of a new era of the Juche Revolution and has affirmed the important role of military modernization, especially in terms of nuclear deterrence. At the same time, he stresses a renewed emphasis on a concrete people-first approach that is now known tellingly as Kim Il-sungism, Kim Jong-ilism. Before moving to consider this approach in greater detail, not a few readers may remain puzzled by the apparently hereditary nature of the DPRK's leadership. Korean scholars emphasize that the hereditary system of old was based on property, privilege, and exploitation, and that this is certainly not the case in Korea today. Instead, the focus is on the continuation of revolutionary leadership in practice and theory, and a new leader needs to be affirmed by the people's trust. It is notable here that it was Kim Jong-il's third child who actually became the new leader, and this was only after a considerable period of assessing whether he would in fact be accepted by the common people. People first. Kim Il-sungism, Kim Jong-ilism. Kim Il-sungism, Kim Jong-ilism was identified very soon after Kim Jong-un's election as the first secretary of the WPK. The continuity is notable, but so also is the new era with a distinct emphasis. Kim Il-sungism, Kim Jong-ilism is, in essence, the people-first principle. But what exactly does this mean? Let us focus on what may be considered Kim Jong-un's inaugural manifesto, which was delivered to the WPK's Central Committee in April 2012 after he was elected as first secretary. After reiterating the importance of both Kim Il-sung and Kim Jong-il and stressing the need to maintain military development in the face of hostile imperialism, Kim Jong-un turns to the tasks at hand. Footnote: although subsumed within the people-first emphasis, the policy of Song-gun would be developed in terms of upgrading the military and developing nuclear deterrence capabilities. End of footnote. The bulk of the speech signals the emphases of his tenure as General Secretary, specifically the improvement of the socioeconomic conditions and well-being of the people. Many are the dimensions such as food security, housing, drinking water, and fuel, important for a cold climate. Not to be excluded here are education, health, literature, and the arts. But how are these to be achieved in a country subject to decades of sanctions and threats? Kim Jong-un speaks of a knowledge-based industrial revolution in the new century, involving the core roles of science and technology in developing the vanguard heavy industries, power, metallurgy, coal, rail, and a whole new phase of IT development along with light industry for the production of everyday necessities. In many respects, this speech would set the agenda for the decade to come, as is evident when we study the speeches and texts that emphasize and develop points from the initial manifesto. Land management in terms of agriculture, pollution prevention, reforestation, coastal areas, and housing that suits local traditions, rural revitalization for the sake of food self-sufficiency, educational development, whether in science and technology, social sciences, or universities. A comprehensive building project that develops the unique architectural tradition of the DPRK, for the sake of improved housing, and last but by no means least, party building. A notable theme throughout this material is the emphasis on young people such as himself, who are the future of the party and the country, and the need for improved education and living standards for coming generations. Indeed, the three-point strategy he proposes is to focus on the people, the army, and young people as the foremost weapons in the DPRK's development. Socialist countries have always stressed the need for economic self-sufficiency. Hostile external environments play a role, but these are not the determining factors. Instead, and here we need to deploy dialectical materialism, it is internal processes that bring about qualitative transformation. Let us go further. Of all socialist countries, the drive to economic self-sufficiency has arguably had the greatest emphasis in the DPRK. Thus, the primary effort to improving the people's living standards so that the people enjoyed the benefits of socialism to their heart's content and lead a happy life is to be achieved through their own efforts. This is by no means an easy task, especially in a relatively small mountainous country, rich in mineral resources for industry, but with limited arable land. In this light, we should also recognize the roles of historical partners, such as the Soviet Union and now Russia, as well as China. Many have been the innovations in food production and technology in the DPRK, so much so that the attentive visitor cannot help but being impressed. But the inescapable role of China in its relative prosperity should not be ignored. For example, between my 2 research trips to the DPRK, I noticed some distinct changes. In early 2015, early in Kim Jong-un's tenure, there were still many residual problems from the devastating decade of the 1990s. Running water was still not plentiful, aging public transport, many buildings in need of repair and maintenance, and the products of light industry few and far between. In contrast, in October of 2018, there was contrast noticeable everywhere. The roads were bustling with vehicles. Many new electronic products could be found everywhere. Food problems were well and truly being overcome. Shelves in the shop were full, and the effects of a continuing and massive rebuilding program were evident. In the countryside, new houses, simple, solid, and comfortable, continued to be constructed. In the city, vast new building projects were underway, deploying the DPRK's unique architectural tradition. One of our guides said that she had spent a year on a building site, as all students do at some time. Noticeably, in the standard hotel in which we stayed in Pyongyang, there were many Chinese delegates busy developing trade and business opportunities. With all this in mind, a careful study of Kim Jong-un's texts reveals a candidness that is reminiscent of his grandfather. He is quite willing to admit failures to achieve the desired goals, remonstrating with himself and the party for their shortcomings. A good example is to be found in Kim Jong-un's opening and closing addresses to the WPK's 8th Congress in early 2021. The Congress was convened in the wake of the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic, when the country shut its borders completely. They would reopen to trade with China in late 2021, only to close again in April 2022, when the pandemic finally broke out in the country. And then a series of devastating floods that required the emergency rebuilding of tens of thousands of homes. Footnote: the comparison between 2 works, one from 2019 and the other from 2021, reveals a noticeable change of tone, whereas the first, by Kim Kum-Hui, is notably upbeat in light of the significant achievements of the previous few years. And as I noticed in late 2018, the second, by Ri Yong-ok, 2021, is forthright in addressing the extraordinary turn of events in 2020 and the profound challenges faced. End of footnote. It seemed as though all of the plans put forward in the initial years of his tenure had fallen well short of their goals. With living standards in regional cities and the countryside still at undesirably low levels. The opening and closing speeches are peppered with references to the unprecedented worst-ever trials that put great obstacles in the way, with the bitter lessons to be learned from failing to achieve the economic targets set at the previous Congress, with criticism in a detailed and severe manner of the mistakes and even deviations of the last 5 years, and of his heavy heart in setting out to solve the knottiest problems. Of course, there is a rhetorical style here in which the dire problems become the basis for a call to renewed effort, but it is the candidness of the criticisms and admissions of falling short that are most notable. Conclusion: from the unity of opposites to communism. In drawing this chapter to a close, I would like to address 2 issues, one of a more philosophical nature and the other concerning communism. Philosophically, let us recall one of the core principles of dialectical materialism, as identified by Engels and developed by Lenin, the unity through struggle of opposites. For Lenin, the struggle of opposites was the norm, as unity contingent, as we also see with Mao Zedong's lectures of the 1930s. Another vector also plays a role in a country, like the DPRK, with the long philosophical influence of Confucianism and the dialectical emphasis on opposites as also complementary. We may speak of a both-and approach embodied metaphysically in yin-yang. However, in the DPRK, the emphasis is clearly on the unity of opposites. Many are the aspects, whether the Chandogist notion of heaven manifested on earth or the people as God, the constant emphasis on the single-hearted, integral, and harmonious whole of the WPK and the masses, albeit not without regular reference to the need to overcome factionalism and opportunism. We may go further, specifically on the question of governance. Of all the socialist countries, the distinction between state and society is simply not valid, so much so that the DPRK embodies to a high degree Engels's principle that the organs of governance should stand in the midst of, should be enmeshed with, society. All of this takes in the context of a profound bifurcation of the Korean peninsula, and indeed, if I may use such terms, of the Korean spirit, marked by the 38th parallel. Ever since the initial project of a liberated Korea could decide its own destiny was frustrated by imperialist impositions, the approach developed has been realistic. Reunification should be undertaken without outside interference, peacefully and in terms of a federal system, socialist in the north and capitalist in the south, in what would be known as the Democratic Confederal Republic of Koryo. Footnote: after much study, it is also increasingly obvious to me that the DPRK has the more robust and stable system of governance than the dysfunctional one in the South. So many changes would need to take place there. End of footnote. This position was made explicit in the communique of 1972 after the leaders of both countries had met secretly. These would form the core of many subsequent iterations and developments, and reunification remains an inescapable topic in speeches today. Waves of hope, the most recent being 2018 to 2019, are followed by disappointment. Clearly, unity of opposites will retain a significant element of struggle until such reunification is achieved. Finally, what is the ultimate aim in the DPRK? Let us give Kim Il-sung the final word. Quote, "The transition from socialism to communism requires a further development of the productive forces, the production of goods in ever larger quantities, and also communist remolding of people's consciousness. To make communism a reality, goods must be abundant enough to fully gratify the desires of the people." End quote. End of chapter 7.